He's trying to help someone out there.
Mark?
Please say.
I'd like to call today our Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting to order, August 4th, 2021. It is now 6:35, a little bit late as far as 6:30. I will call the meeting to order. I will ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Okay, Raymond Antonaci. Here. Richard Antonetti.
Here.
Ken Demers.
Here.
Dan DeVito.
Here.
Dan Gelati. Lou Esposito. Bob Marinaro. Dave Pope.
Here.
Lou Cavallo.
Here.
And Joseph Duva.
Here.
For the record, Madam Secretary, I'd like to appoint Joseph Duva for the regular member of Commissioner Esposito. So noted. First matter we have is public participation. Carol, would you read? As far as public participation, please limit your comments to the regular items that are not on the agenda. So speak to any matter other than matters on the agenda. So anybody who would like to say something other than matters not on the agenda, the mic, you would come to the chair over here and turn on the microphone. Is there anyone? Is there anyone for public participation? Is there anyone for public participation? Seeing none, we can move on with the agenda. The next matter on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes for two meetings. One regular meeting, which was June 2nd, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from June 2nd, 2021.
I hear that. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm
Aye.
sorry, who made the second?
Aye.
Uh,
Dan
Thank
DeVito.
you.
No, no. I made
Okay,
the motion.
please state your name on the second, and those stating their second meeting is June 16th, 2021. Do I have a motion to accept?
Dan DeVito, I'll make a motion to accept the meeting from June 16th, 2021.
Ray Antonaci, I second that motion.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is
I'm
carried
going to,
unanimously.
Rich, I'm going to abstain, but I want to make a note that I wasn't at the meeting, but I did have time to read the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Note the abstention of Commissioner Demers. We're going to move on. Let's see. Staff, we move on to staff report, I believe. Mark, staff report?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report that we have a first draft in the reorganization of the zoning regulations. What the first phase does is to just simply reorganize the regulations into a more readable fashion, taking diagrams that are already existed in the regulations, inserting them into the appropriate sections, doing some work like that. I will be distributing that shortly to the commission, and we hope to have a brief overview and some discussion beginning at the next meeting, September 1st. I also, if you want to report, if you know, the just completed legislature has passed some fairly significant land use modifications, legislation, And similarly, we're just getting up to speed on that. I'll have some documents and reviews for you for the next meeting. The commission is always concerned about having new businesses come to town, about having expansion of businesses that already exist. If I could just quickly go through a list and make notes. So a fairly large solar farm has just gone online. I think they call it Watertown Solar 1. It's located off of Route 6 on the Woodbury side of town. That was it was approved by the Connecticut Siting Council, and that has just recently gone into operation. There's a new business on Main Street called Simply Bowls, which opened in beginning of June and appears to be doing a great business. They're in the spot right around the corner from Town Hall where the Hardcore Cupcakes was located. There's been some interest in occupying this old Starbucks space on Main Street. There's been some interest in the vacant former Mitsubishi dealership on Straits Turnpike. A business on Main Street, PG Firearms, is interested in doing a small expansion, and we've recently approved approved a zoning permit for a bicycle design shop that's opened in part of the Seaman complex. So I'm just happy to report that there is activity in town, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Does any member of the commission have any questions for Mark? Any members from the commission? Hearing none, moving on the agenda. Chairman's report. At this time, I will limit my comments to very few points, and I will save them for later in our meeting in order to move forward quickly. I know there are a lot of people outside waiting to come in, and I will go now to communications. I believe there are some communications the secretary has to read. Would you please read them at this time, Carol?
Yes, this is Article 9, Section 6 of the bylaws, so I was asked to read them. So Section 6 states, "The chairman shall describe the method of conduct of public hearings consistent with these bylaws. The secretary shall read aloud at the commencement of public hearings. Welcome to this meeting. The Planning and Zoning Commission has established rules for the conduct of its public hearings. Copies of the rules are at the doorway to this room and are on the town website. While decisions are pending, communications with commission members on the merits of an application should only be at this public hearing. Speak with commission staff at other times. The chairman has authority to limit presentations when comments and questions are derogatory, repetitive, not on the subject matter of the public hearing, or are not helpful to the commission understanding the application. As of now, there are no speaking time limits. However, the commission may establish time limits for speaking at this hearing. It is usually not helpful to the commission to hear statements more than once. Opinion polls are also usually not helpful and are not accurate. Land use decisions run with the land and affects current owners and future owners. It is not possible to identify and invite future landowners to participate in an opinion poll. These hearings are not a debate between the parties of interest. They are a forum to advise and assist the commission with its decisions. When recognized by the chairman, come to the podium at the front of the room, speak directly into the microphone so that everyone at this meeting well, it says laptop, but so that the recording system can hear you. Begin by stating your name and address. Direct your comments and questions through the chairman and not to any other person. Thank you for attending these public hearings.
Thank you very much. We are therefore prepared to move forward. Again, we would appreciate you keep your comments short. This will be for the Sealy hearing, the fourth time we are hearing this matter. Let me assure you that all our members are well informed. We have read the letters that have been sent, the emails that have been sent. We have heard you speak, many of you several times. There have been 3 other meetings. There will be people speaking for the first time, and we are very interested in what you have to say. The other members, we have heard you. You may want to make a quick comment. We would appreciate those that have spoken 3 times or more at the various other hearings. Please limit your time to speak. Carol, I believe you have some other things to read.
Yes, I have 2 memos from Town Attorney Paul Jessel, so I will read those. The first one is dated June 16, 2021, to the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's regarding written correspondence submitted during the public hearing. I have been asked to let the Planning and Zoning Commission know whether it is necessary for all correspondence submitted for the record in a Planning and Zoning public hearing must be read aloud into the record. The short answer is no. So long as all correspondence is made a part of the record in the matter during the public hearing by some reference to it by date, type of submittal, and/or author, there is no requirement that the document be read into the record. Such submittals must be available for review by members of the public and under current rules, which require that all submittals be posted to the town's website. Such availability is satisfied. The answer would be the same even if someone specifically requests that a particular document be read into the record. And now I have a second letter. It's addressed to Franklin Pillacy from Attorney Paul Jessel, and it says it's regarding his letter dated June 21, 2021, to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which has been referred to me. Please be advised that your client's refusal to grant an extension of the public hearing regarding the proposed text amendment to create the Sealy Oakville Center Planned Development District does not serve to prevent the Planning and Zoning Commission from continuing the public hearing. Governor Lamont's Executive Order 71, subsection 19, provides for a 90-day extension of statutory time limits in inter alia zoning matters. That executive order was extended to June 30th, 2021 by virtue of Executive Order 12B, subsection 3. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, Paul Jessel. These letters are available out on the table if anyone wants them. They're out there. And so now I have a legal notice to read, and we're going to read all the legal notices at the same time. So the Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Watertown, Connecticut will hold a continuation of a public hearing and new public hearings on Wednesday, August 4th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. in the Watertown Municipal Center, Town Council Chambers, 61 Echo Lake Road, Watertown, Connecticut, on the following applications. 1, continuation of a public hearing for a text amendment and map revision to create the Sealy Oakville Center Planned Development District, SOCPDD, in accordance with Section 60 of the zoning regulations. Number 2, an application from Dennis and Rita O'Sullivan for subdivision of a 3.40-acre parcel into 2 building lots and construction of 2 single-family dwellings, associated driveways, on-site sewage disposal systems, and wells located on the northwest corner of Northfield Road and Smith Pond Road, Watertown, Connecticut, map 55, block 31, lot 14. Petition to amend section 37 of the zoning regulations, group daycare and child daycare, add senior homes. Add definition for senior homes, section 37.1.3, add supplemental standards, section 37.2.6 pertaining to senior homes. Number 4, site plan special permit number 2021-03 for a senior home and adult daycare center located at 211 Woodbury Road, Watertown, Connecticut, map 98A, block 59, lot A, in an R20 zoning district. Number 5, site plan special permit 2021-02 from Borghese Engineering for development of a parcel at the intersection of Echo Lake Road and Buckingham Street with an 8,100 square foot building as a gasoline station and convenience store with additional retail or food sales, known as Watertown Farms Service Center, map 103, block 96, lot C, in a B-MG zoning district. A copy of the text amendment and map revision application for the Saley property and text amendment for the daycare center are on file in the Planning and Zoning Office, Watertown Municipal Center, 61 Echo Lake Road, Watertown, Connecticut, between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. A copy of the text amendment and map revision application for the Saley property and text amendment for the daycare center are also on file in the town clerk's office, 61 Echo Lake Road, Watertown, Connecticut, between the hours of 8:30 and 4:30. This is an in-person meeting that also will be available via Zoom as listen only. The meeting link will be available on the day of the meeting on the town website, www.watertownct.org, under calendar of meetings. Please submit any comments in writing 24 hours prior to the meeting. Dated in Watertown, Connecticut, this 22nd day of July 2021 and 29th day of July 2021. Luigi Cavallo, Secretary, Planning and Zoning Commission. That's the end.
Thank you very much, Carol.
You're welcome.
Excellent job in reading all those notices. And now we'll move into the aspect of the public hearing. And we have the applicant, first applicant, Attorney Franklin Pilacy, for a text amendment and a map revision to create the Sealy Oakville Center Plaza Development District with Section 60 to the zoning regulation. Attorney Franklin, the floor
Mr.
is
Chairman
yours.
and members of the commission and staff, Franklin Pilacy on behalf of the applicant. Since the last public hearing session, staff has made some changes to the application, and the applicant has reviewed those changes, and the applicant is in agreement with those changes. The applicant is aware of a proposed final draft with those changes incorporated that was received late today, and the applicant, again, consents to the application as presently completed this afternoon by staff and the town attorney. We have nothing else at this time, but we reserve the right to comment later as any additional items come up that may warrant comment from the applicant. Thank you.
The next part of our hearing is comments from members of the commission and staff. Are there any comments from members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if I may, to provide a little bit of clarification. As of the last special meeting, the applicant had provided a final plan that is dated June 17th of 2021. Staff submitted a proposed draft resolution to the commission dated 7/28/2021 and received at that time. For the purposes of clarity and courtesy of the town attorney, you have in front of you a draft resolution dated today, 8/4, that combines the two documents together. It was a little bit, I know, unwieldy to go back and forth between the two, because staff had made some recommendations in terms of additions, in terms of revisions, and so, again, to provide some clarity, you have a proposed draft document that combines the two. If I may just highlight what they are for you. All of the staff comments are listed in bold. So it starts off on page 1 with the language of the resolution, which sets the groundwork certainly for your action. To page 2, under site design, staff had made a proposal to expand the language, and that's number 1 under site design, and this includes what it does is just expands the language that was in the June 17th proposal. Talking more specifically about pedestrian scaled lighting, benches, chairs, and noting complementary development on the site. On page 3, under standards, line F, again, we attempted to provide some clarification to drive-through facilities, emphasizing, as we've heard from many, that any drive-throughs not to have direct access to a public roadway and be internally contained. The applicant had indicated that drive-throughs would be, in their June 17th draft, the drive-throughs would be allowed or permitted for any, I think the language they used was any commercial activities, but we noted that in the permitted uses, there are only certain uses that a drive-through would be allowed, namely restaurants, restaurants and banks primarily. So we provided, suggested clarification for that item. We heard comments and concern with regards to outdoor storage, and again tried to provide some clarification for that, but yet making an allowance. So it was broken up into 2 parts. One would reference outdoor storage, say behind a building, if a use had overflow merchandise or other things. Typically what happens is they get stored in trailers or some kind of unit in the rear of the store. So we say that would be, propose that would be discouraged, however considered if integrated into the master plan. Now the second part of that concern was for retail merchandisers who might typically provide a fair amount of what might be considered permanent outdoor displays of merchandise on a regular basis. And so again, we tried to craft language that would limit any outdoor displays of merchandise to specific areas that are specifically designed for that purpose and allowed on a per tenant basis. Item J, again in the way of clarification, to talk about the screening, buffering, and landscaping, specifically mentioning the residential areas directly adjacent to the site, being Hillside Avenue and Ball Farm Road. We suggested K, which had been previously struck, which is that rooftop utilities be concealed from view, again with some complementary language or explanatory language. On page 4, we recommended that the design of the building be consistent with that described in the plan of conservation and development for Oakville, but again, leaving the commission to approve compatible styles as you might determine. And to ask that, or include that ornamental architectural details be included appropriate to the style of building ultimately decided upon. Under procedural requirements, still on page 4, in addition to the requirements, the application process under conceptual master plan, site plan, again, detail, the commission shall review and approve the complete master plan, which will contain all concepts and details. On page 5, supplemental, again, to the master plan, site plan process, that landscaping and lighting show the proposed landscaping treatments, including detail. So this is, again, another a little bit more detail-oriented standard. K, similarly, would require that the streetscape, the architectural design, the building materials and exterior finishes be provided for the commission's review. M and N, adding back, which the staff had suggested originally, that there be provisions for electric vehicle charging stations and that there be provisions for bicycles, including bicycle racks. Under the commission approval of the concept master plan, recognizing that the applicant had submitted previously, and it appeared that the commission was approving of a, or accepting of a federal and colonial style of architecture. I'm wanting to make note of that. And those are, that's a summary, those are the summary of the changes, again, integrated into the June 17th proposal. So what you have in front of you is a complete resolution that combines the latest draft from June 17th and the latest staff resolution from July 28th.
Thank you, Mark. As you can see before you, commissioners, is a lot of what we have heard over the 3 hearings has been incorporated into this particular resolution. Many of these things, I think, are a great improvement from the initial proposal. I am very happy with the addition of this new information. I think as far as the residents of Watertown and Oakville, for the whole 22,000 people in Watertown, are going to be pleased with this development as it is in this resolution. The modifications, the overviews, I think are great. Some of the things that I really think are good is that we have taken into consideration most of the suggestions that were made in those previous hearings, adding 30 feet of distance, and one of the recommendations from the yards and the side yards. I think this is good. The height of buildings, only to 40 feet. There was this great myth out there that they were going to be 65 feet high. That would be horrible. But if you look at, there has been included, and I would ask our person to project up on the screen the design, some of the tentative designs that would be used in architectural designs I believe they were submitted. Could you project that up there, Mike? Those images on the screen? They're not coming up there. Some of the building designs, so everyone could get an idea of what we're talking about. As in any technology, there's always a little glitch. There to go. There you see somewhat three different buildings. The applicant, Attorney Pilacy, would you like to just comment, or one of your developers want to comment on these buildings, just for the commission? What type of design would you say this is? State your name, please.
John Lombard,
Yes,
Watertown,
John,
Connecticut.
please.
Those designs were some of the samples that we had our architect come up with to show in the idea of either a colonial style or a federal style construction. You know, this is kind of a new concept where it's not one solid roof line. It gives it some character. It gives it some, I think it's a beautiful design. And, you know, this is what we're shooting for. This is what we'd like to do. And it's all going to depend on the type of tenant that we attract, their square footage, and that roof line would be in line with the size of their building. The next building will be a dropped roof line so that it doesn't look like one solid building in the old style of developing shopping centers in the past. It just was one solid roof line, and it didn't have any character to it. This is what we're trying to do here with what we're showing here.
Thank you. I think that is a somewhat of an idea of what we've been working for, rather than just having a traditional box building, which was sort of suggested in the plan of conservation when they were speaking of an industrial area of our town because of the previous industries that were there. You can see, of course, as you drive down away from this particular site, the tin building with a bridge crossing over to the entrance of our town, which I hope someday will be changed, giving a little different entry to our wonderful town. The other things that I see, and I hope some of the members of the commission would comment, but incorporated in this was the economic development, did a $15,000 study on the types of buildings and types of businesses that would be put in there. And we got a very late letter, which our Commissioner DeVito, I believe, it came to me on my computer. I picked it up around 4:30, and I don't know if all the commissioners got it, but could you read that letter that I believe you have, I gave you?
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner DeVito.
It's addressed to Chair Anetti, Vice Chair Antonacci, and Watertown Planning and Zoning Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments regarding the application for the zoning text amendment to establish the Sealy Oakville Center Plan Development District. It would allow local developers Joseph Yaman, John Lombard, and Leonard Mecca to purchase and redevelop the 10-acre lot. Yaman, Lombard, and Mecca plan to build a multi-purpose commercial building that could include many businesses such as retail, personal business, laundry, restaurants, banks, medical, theaters, gyms, and art studios. This project will become a major economic driver in the Oakville and Watertown upon completion. Joseph Yaman of Yaman and Grant, John Lombard of the Lombard Group, and Leonard Mecca of Altec Instrument LLC have all been active members of both the Watertown, Oakville Chamber, and Waterbury Regional Chamber and leaders in our community for several years. The Chamber supports their efforts to purchase and redevelop this lot for better use. These three gentlemen bring a wealth of experience and resources to ensure success and the remediation of this property. Thank you for taking the time to consider these comments. Regards, Joseph Violette, Director of Public Policy and Economic Development.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That is another, I think, credit that there is interest beyond just agencies within our town, such as economic development, who are in favor of this. Their study of, I say, $15,000. One other area I'd like to just clear up, there's always talk of 10 acres. If you look closely at on page 1, it is only 8 acres that is on the original map, which is a part of the development that is considering. You also will note, if you look at that particular map, that there is still 2 areas of contamination on the property. The contamination is there and will remain there for if possible remediation, but it is going to be not a part of the developed area. I would appreciate any comments at this time from any of the members of the commission. If you have any comments at this time, we will have further part of comment later in our hearing. Pardon me? Yes. The question from Commissioner Antonizzi, will there be opportunity for commissioners to comment later? Yes. We are only on the second phase, and now we would move to phase 3, which would be a public comment, unless there is some comment from any member of the commission or others. We are now opening the part of the hearing to phase 3, public. The microphone is here, the chair is there, so please, any member of the public who would like to comment at this time, please approach the mic and speak. State your name and address. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My
Good
name is
evening.
Gregory Pietzo. I'm an attorney, 750 Main Street, Hartford, Connecticut. I'm here on behalf of Catherine Camera tonight, 31 Cottage Place, Oakville. I do want to point out to the Commission that pursuant to 8-3 subsection B of the general statutes, if there's
Could you please state your name again?
Gregory
I don't know.
Pietzu, P-I-E-C-U-C-H.
And you are an attorney
That is correct.
for?
Catherine Camera.
Catherine Cameron, okay.
As I was saying, in accordance with 8-3 subsection B, if protest petitions are filed by the owners of 20% or more of the lots within 500 feet in all directions of the property as part of the proposed zone change, the zone change shall not be adopted except by a vote of 2/3 of all members of the commission. I just want to note for the record that we did, using the town's GIS system, pull a roster of the 251 lots that are within 500 feet of the parcels, and over the last couple weeks did gather 66 protest petitions, which I'm going to file with the clerk tonight. I do have copies of those for Attorney Pillacy. So I'm going to submit those for the record, and I would respectfully suggest that we've more than met the 20% threshold on the protest petitions to require a 2/3 vote of the commission. And I would just also note that, though I understand that the chair has identified certain areas of concern that have been addressed, I'm certainly not going to repeat my client's comments, but there are still outstanding issues that have not been addressed, which have been raised before the commission. So I know that the commission wishes to keep comments brief. I won't go on, but I am going to submit these protest petitions for the record. I also want to note I believe those were submitted electronically to the commission before the close of business today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could you submit those to the secretary, please?
Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
Patricia Casfeld, 19 Henry Street. On page 3, J, The plan will particularly provide for extensive screening buffers and landscaping for all adjacent residential properties fronting Hillside Avenue and Ball Farm Road. There's no mention of Henry Street. We're on the other side.
So noted. Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments from the public? Any other comments from the public?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
David Overbaugh, 23 Ball Farm Road.
Thank you.
This proposed, I will keep it very short. Again, the proposed projects are directly in my backyard. This greatly affects me. I am happy with the drawings up there. I did not see building number 3, I think, is what's missing. I do not see drive-throughs. I do not want drive-throughs. I do not want to be in my backyard smelling Burger King or Wendy's cooking, the exhaust fumes, the vermin that are going to be coming up, and pigeons. I'm sure anything that will be attracted. I'm against that. I'm not against the development. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address.
Yes, Ron Blanchard, Booth Avenue, Oakville. I go back to the day when Winchester Electronics and Sealy Mattress were there. They were an eyesore to the community. There was a terrible traffic problem for many years. I think this is a great opportunity to bring beauty back to the Oakville section of Watertown. It was an eyesore for many years. The colonial or federal look, to me, doesn't matter, one or the other. They both would beautify that area and would also bring some new business, some new tax money into the community, and some new jobs, not only for construction, but for employment opportunities. So I implore this commission to vote in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Please state.
I like it, Richard, in person.
Please state your name and address.
David Mangle, 240 Riverside Street, Oakville.
I'm glad to have you here in person. One of the problems you realize is COVID, and we could not hold them because
I
of
understand that.
Thank you.
I understand that.
We're good to see you here tonight.
Okay, but
What was your name again?
David Mangle, 240 Riverside Street, Oakville.
Thank you.
I'm glad that you people listen to me to have public exposure, because this is too much, you're invading too much people's privacy. You want to build a big building and all this, you don't have no traffic study. What are you going to do, build a big thing and have a worry about the traffic after? I lived on Riverside Street for 65 years, come this Sunday. And I come down there, it's beautiful the way it is. You got a bottleneck in there. You're going to create more traffic jammed up than you're going to believe. And then top it off, how about the storm water from the parking lots? You see the water that goes out in the Pinshot Pond? It runs dead flow like that. You put more water in a 5-gallon pail than you could take. You got to think about your water problems in the Steel Brook before you do more development. And then you got the height of these buildings. Number one, you got to do the site plan first on this job. You got to cut that big hump out where all the concrete is over there, drop that grade right down. Balance out your materials. Use all that material, build a berm. If I could show you better, because I've been a bulldozer operator for 45 years, David Pope could tell you. And I work for Henry Paparazzo, Heritage Development Group. And the way he does it is the best. Everybody would have privacy. You build a berm along Hillside, almost up to Ball Farm. Then you curve it around. You take that big hump out where the Sealy Mattress concrete is. You drop that grade down to Riverside Street grade, flat. You take all that fill there and you push it up towards Ball Farm. You build like a big berm, like a mountain. But a lot of topsoil on it. then put a lot of arborvitae, emerald green, thuja, green giants in a serpentine pattern, zigzag, to give them people a lot of privacy. I carried all these petitions. I'm the one that did most of the work. And for all these people. And that's, you got to take care of these people first before you do anything else. And that, you better do it that way. If you go down that site, if you get through with what you want, if you get through, I'll show you how to build this site so it'll work. But you got the traffic problem is you can't put all these cars and come out of Riverside Street like that. You understand? You got to take care of these people first. Like I thanked this man that night for shutting down the meeting. He did the right thing. You just want to push things right through. That's not the way to do it. You got to think of these people over here. And let me tell you, if I carried this petition, forget about the 500 feet. The Sealy Mattress property runs behind Brian Rose, all these other houses on Riverside Street, almost up to Hillcrest Avenue. And then you take the 500-foot limit from Hillcrest Avenue, you're going right towards Squires Court. And if you want to put the paper road in there as their property, it goes all the way through to French Street. I've been in this town for 65 years. I used to watch Al Dodona in a Watertown High School swear effing this and that was run like a courtroom. They would throw him out, he'd come back in, but he was always right. He was always right. But you got to take care of these people first before you do anything else. And if they don't want no drive-through, that's what you got to do. I think I got you surrounded right now. I got you surrounded right now. And if I could carry this petition more, I could get more people. But you got to take care of these people, the taxpayers. You're invading their privacy. And I'm tired of all this BS, you know? You show this building over here is about 40, 50 feet high. If you go 10, 11 feet a story, and then people from, if you look on Ball Farm Road, a lot of beautiful houses. When I was a little boy, John V. Tone's wife used to babysit for me in one of them big stucco houses on Ball Farm Road. When them leaves come off the trees, you're going to be seeing all this lights down below because they're up high. You got to have a curfew. You got to shut the lights off at night then. You know, you're trying to, it's too tight of an area. Originally, the town was supposed to buy this property from Mr. Sealy and turn it into a bigger green. You got that hump up there. You could put a library up there. You could put a new post office up there. You could put a police department up there or a fire department. Make everybody happy. That's what you got to do here. Make everybody happy. You can't just put all these stores. We don't need these stores. There's more vacant space in strip malls than you could shake a stick at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Take this off. Richard Wick, Northfield Road. When I looked over the information that was available, on page 2 of the Sealy final draft dated today, one of the permitted uses is number H, public or semi-public uses. And when I first read that, I said, holy cow, that can apply to almost anything, including everything else that's in this list of permitted uses. And then I thought, well, maybe the meaning is just things related to the government or other quasi-governmental agencies. But the point I'd like to make is that a definition of what is meant by public or semi-public uses in the intent of this particular activity would be helpful. Because if it's left the way it is, then unintended consequences can come raining down on everybody's head at some point in the future. Because it would be easy, I think, to try to justify something that nobody ever thought about right now as a public use, because there's no definition of public use in this document. So I would urge you to consider doing that. And the other thing I'd like to mention, Mr. Chairman, the remarks you made a few minutes ago came across to me as a sales pitch. And I think you went beyond what you should do at this stage of this process. It suggested to me predetermination, and I think that's a shame. And I would urge you to ask our town attorney whether it's appropriate for you to recuse yourself.
Any other comments?
My name is Liz Vashutinsky. I live at 514 Sylvan Lake Road in Oakville, and I am determinedly against changing the zoning on the property, be it 8 acres or 10 acres. Having said that, I also would like to follow up Dick Wick in his presentation that you, Mr. Chairman, failed to understand what presiding over a meeting is. You are not supposed to be telling us about things that are not in the proposal. For example, I would like to ask you to show me in today's proposal, the most recent one that was distributed at the door, where the 40 feet is talked about. There is no amount of feet for the height of the buildings that is being proposed that I can find, and perhaps you can help me find it right now.
Have any other
Mr. Chairman,
comments?
Mr. Chairman, page 3, item B under standards.
What page? Page 3, item B.
If I'm on the same page as you, Mr. Jessel, I am on page 3, and you're looking at the word standards, and below it is B, retail/commercial square feet development shall consist of 12,000 square feet per acre with a maximum building height of 40 feet.
Right.
Is that correct? Then I stand corrected. I don't, however, wish for you, Mr. Chairman, to forget that those of us who have been speaking on behalf of staying with the proposal, with the zoning which is currently in place, that you, the members of the commission, might be well advised to understand that you have the opportunity to have the developers do a beautiful job, as they promised to do in Oakville, and they do not need a change in the zoning regulations. The only thing that this whole 4 series of meetings in this community pivots around is the drive-ins. Drive-ins. Isn't it foolish for us to be working around drive-ins when there is such a huge, wonderful project that could be developed by these people, and the money that they bring to the project and the amount of staff with creative ideas that they can also put on the project. So I urge you not to vote for a change in zoning. Recognize that you're being just as welcoming to Oakville, just as welcoming to the developers in keeping things as they are in terms of the zoning. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Are there any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Catherine Camera, 31 Cottage Place. I just have a few comments. I do want to say that the 65-foot building was not a myth. That was in the first application, and it was changed to 40 feet. So that wasn't a myth. I do want to also comment that in collecting those petition signatures with Mr. Mango, I will tell you that it's the drive-through. Nobody wants drive-through on that property. Nobody wants the traffic. And they continually express, look at what happened with Starbucks. And I want to remind you about Starbucks, because I am considered anti-development. No matter how many times I get up and I say, look, it's fine to have this or it's fine to have that, just maybe not on that property. That's not anti-development. And what we all tried to tell you about Starbucks was nobody was against Starbucks. Nobody was against Starbucks building a bigger facility. If they wanted it on that property, that was fine, just not drive-through on that piece of property. And it has turned into something that is repeatedly commented about, is what happened at that property when drive-through was allowed. And I think you need to know this, because if you're going to look at those petitions, there's 66 of them, could have gotten a lot more. They're restricted to properties within 500 feet. So please be reminded, those signatures are not people 100 feet, which is very close. It's outside of that. It's 500 feet. So if you're thinking, well, you know, just this little area, sign that. No, it goes way beyond that. It's 500 feet. And the only reason why we didn't go out to the whole town is because we did this specifically for the purpose of General Statutes, Section 8-3B, and it's for the voting, the 2/3 voting. So that was what that petition is about, but I just really want to inform you that the reason people were signing it is basically almost, I would say, 98% of the people who sign those don't want drive-through on the property. They're okay with a lot of the other things, maybe not everything, but that is the main issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? If that's not the case, we can move on to item number 4. The applicants, you have an opportunity to address the hearing one more time.
Again, Franklin Pillacy for the applicant, and just to restate that the applicant consents to the changes that were made by staff with the assistance of the town attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners and staff, you have an opportunity again to speak as far as various proposals that are in the draft. If there is something you would like to say. Seeing none.
Through the chair? Just, this is one that.
Excuse
Yes.
me, all of a sudden, I
Take your
cannot
mask
hear
off if you
anyone.
want.
So maybe you take
they
your
can
mask
hear
off
you.
while you're speaking. Mr. Antonetti, you also can't hear you very well, sorry.
You can't hear us?
If you come closer, I'm better.
Okay.
Through the chair, yep. I think it's more of a grammar issue. Page 3, under standards, under item C, it says if vertical construction of professional office space is incorporated above the retail commercial use, the maximum height of any building shall be 40 feet from ground level to peak of roof line. Then it goes on to say not including non-habitable space such as attic, pitched roof, or ornamental features such as cupola. Being that it said previously peak of roof line, I would say we need to exclude non-habitable space such as attic, pitched roof, and or. So it would read not including ornamental features such as cupola.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, just a reminder that the public hearing is for the commission to hear the public, obviously, get some clarifications, but when you want to move into deliberation, we should close the public hearing and have that deliberation
Right, we're just
separately.
moving through it. None others? We are now moving it ahead to public, last time, number 5.
If I may, through the chair, I
Yes.
do have a question, but
Your light's not working?
Can't hear you, sorry.
the mic is not on, but
Here,
I'll
want to try
talk
this?
through Dan's. I was just curious on the buildings that you had showed. It appeared that there might be a couple buildings on that property, if you guys can answer, or is that just one building, you know, with approximately, how many square foot would that be, that one building? Or would it be multiple buildings?
At this point, we don't know how many buildings there'll be on the site. We don't have any tenant that is committed at this point, and so we don't know if it's going to be one continuous building or it'll be 3 separate buildings. We just don't know at this stage.
So in the buildings that you're building, there's no square footage that you could say one building might be?
No.
It might, you know, it could be 100,000 square foot, it could be 50, it could be 30.
I
There's no
assure you,
defined.
it's not going to be a 100,000 square foot store that's going in there. And we are limited by the number of square feet that we can build by the acreage that's there. So it's going to be a maximum of that number, but I don't see us getting to that point. I think that we're going to probably end up with 4 or 5 tenants that'll be in there. And I think that the other point probably would like to make at this stage, because of this talk of the drive-throughs, is that, you know, last year, without drive-throughs, no food business would be doing any business. Drive-throughs were very important through the COVID crisis, and many stores did pickup windows that were not food items. And we all have probably have experienced that. They either pick up at the front door, there are pickup windows, but without drive-throughs, this is what caused the issue at the Starbucks. People will say, oh, they didn't foresee this type of traffic. Nobody foresaw the amount of drive-through activity that would happen because people could not go into buildings. So that was a crisis. You don't see the crisis anymore. I don't think you've seen any outflow of traffic. Our drive-throughs on this site will be self-contained inside the site. They are not spilling over into any of the roads at all. So that's the other, I think, one point I'd like to make. But at this point, we don't know if it's going to be 1 building, 3 buildings,
Okay.
or 4 buildings.
And I do agree with the drive-throughs. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do any banking if it wasn't for a drive-through throughout the whole COVID, because they were shut down other than the drive-through. So I do agree that things have changed and drive-throughs are important for banking and pharmacies, et cetera. So, but thank you for answering the
Thank
question
you.
on the buildings.
This one is.
All right.
Attorney Pillacy, you have something to say?
I do. Franklin Pillacy, I'd like to comment on the discussion about the not including non-habitable space such as attic, pitched roof, ornamental features such as a cupola. That's the kind of feature that gives you the character. Without that, you may end up with a flat roof, and nobody wants a flat roof. We had going back in time when the bank building that was used for Heritage Bank was first built. The original proposal, height-wise, met the regulations, but it was a flat roof. And it was then approved with a pitched roof. And then it was approved with a pitched roof because of the argument that whole attic space was non-habitable, but it was the pitched roof that gave us the character of the building as opposed to a flat roof. So I would urge you to leave in the ability to have these ornamental features such as the pitched roofs, the cupolas, and other things that help give the buildings the character. Otherwise, and again, the critical issue is that it's non-habitable, not usable. It's just space that is there purely for the ornamental features that you get above the flat roof line. So I would ask you to take that into account and to not change the language that's there now, because it can lead to a flat roof and take away from what we're looking to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, my speaker is not working, so I'm going to reach over here. All right. To the developers, I have a question, especially with the possibility of
Mr.
one large-
Antonacci, are you speaking into your speaker?
You
Or is
turned
it
the
on?
speaker off. Can you hear me?
That's better,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Thank you. All right. Especially with one large building that you mentioned as a possibility, the proposal right now is 12,000 square feet per building per acre. So if you combine, like say 5 or 6 buildings, my concern basically is a big box possibility of the store, because if you have a 60,000 square foot building, that takes up 5 acres, and 48,000 square foot takes up 4 acres, 36,000 square feet takes up 3 acres. Now that's all paved. Like the Kmart Plaza is, right now, is 5 acres of a 48,000 square foot building at the 10-acre mall. And Stop and Shop is huge, 65,000 square feet with 6.25 acres. That's all that's paved, 6.25 acres, and the 10-acre mall is all paved for the 5 acres for the Kmart. And the question I have to lead up to is how does the village market concept work if you have one big building that's going to require a lot of parking and a lot of driveways?
Well, first of all, I don't, knowing the retail landscape today and the prospects out there for tenants for this space, we're looking at probably the largest tenant that might be interested would be 30 to 35,000 square feet. So you're not going to have, a big box tenant anymore. The other thing that I might also add, that the supermarket tenants out there, the Stop and Shops, we have LeBon's, we have Adams in town. The old days, you'd get a supermarket that'd come in just to slice up the market and just take a piece of the market share. It doesn't make financial sense anymore. There's not this combating back and forth to who's going to be the biggest grocery store in Connecticut. They're looking at dollars and cents, and there's only so many ways to split the food dollar in a town our size with 22,000 people. So I don't foresee that any tenant like who's not here in our town yet, Big Y, I can't even think of the other tenants that most of them have are not in our area anymore. So I don't see that happening. I think what we're looking at is probably a maximum size of 30 or 35,000 square feet to get a mini anchor or some type of an anchor that's going to bring in all the smaller retail around it. People are worked up about what we're doing on the pad sites. We're really controlled by those no-build areas, which will hamper what we can and can't do in front of that site. We have plans in our minds to expand the war memorial area down there so that we can bring people inside our property instead of trying to park them on the street and bring more people to those events. But, again, the days of big fields of parking spots are gone, because we have to meet the new landscape codes that are going to have a lot more landscape than the days of the Kmart's and where LeBon's that was called 10-acre square or 10-acre mall. certainly the zoning regulations have come a long way since those days. So that they're kind of grandfathered in, but we can't do that. To meet the new zoning regulations, this is going to be a whole different ballgame.
Would you be, with the developers, and this is a tough question out of public hearing, but would they be willing to agree to that 30,000 or 35,000 square feet?
I think what we would do at this stage of the game, if we got somebody for 37,000 square feet, do we lose that tenant because of 2,000?
Well, would you be willing to, say anything over 30,000 square feet? We're not going to put a limit on it, but you'd have to come in, maybe get a special permit to show us.
Well, we have to come back in and show you a master plan once we have tenants that are in line, and you're going to have a chance to look at it and weigh in on your comments and how you feel about it, and at that point you'll know who the tenants are. This is kind of a shooting in the dark right now because we don't know, and I think there's been a lot of talk that we have tenants lined up. I have to tell you honestly, we don't have one tenant lined up. We are going to propose, a very nice development, and I think that's going to attract tenants, and it's going to attract the quality of tenants that I think the town would be happy with. But this is all the part of the risk of the developer. We're going to buy this site. We're going to try to bring tenants in. We're not going to do this in a piecemeal type of approach. We're going to try to come in with one full plan. You'll be able to look at it. The townspeople can come in and look at it, and hopefully it'll be something that everyone will be happy with.
Okay, that answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to go to 5, which is public comment. Oh, you have one more comment? Yes. Yes, Commissioner.
All right, Dan DeVito, through the chair. On some of our residential projects, we have stipulations that the infrastructure has to be complete before they could build out the homes. I would like to see something incorporated like that. Obviously, you're not building homes, but something that protects the town. Maybe it's just the landscape, something like that, so that we know that it'll always look good, even if you're at a point that it gets stalls, you can't find tenants, or whatever it may be, that it's always an area that is attractive.
Well, I think at this stage, if we're developing the entire site, that's going to be one of the selling points of bringing new tenants in. Mm-hmm. They're going to look at what we've done, mm-hmm. and it's going to be an environment that they want to, join in with the other tenants that are there already. So that is something that I think is a given for us.
Okay. Would you be opposed to doing an architectural review of the master plan? I know we have an approval, but I would like to see a professional weigh in on it.
I don't think that, first of all, we're going to meet all the zoning requirements, and I think that one of those things was an area where the community can collect on the site, whether it be a gazebo or it be an area where we can put benches and make it a kind of a park-like area within our development. We talked about, I think, sidewalks to get people back down to the main road. Those are all things that we are open to, not open to, we have agreed to do those mm-hmm. things. So it's, I think, as far as the landscape goes and the architectural look, I mean, we're going to go as deep as we can on those things, because I think that's what's going to make it attractive and bring the right quality of tenants that we're looking for.
So then wouldn't it make sense to do an architectural review to make sure it fits the town?
I think that we will present our master plan, and you'll be able to review that, and that will all be there for you to see.
And the last thing I have is, I would like to have an independent inspector, because of the scale of the project.
Excuse me?
Independent inspector at time, if it does go forth in your building, to have an inspector.
Inspector in what regard?
Like building inspector, to go through.
Building, well, you have your building inspector that, for the town that will come in, and I'm sure will be 2 feet, 1 shoe with all of our contractors and following the architectural design and the building plans. I think, you know, I've had constructed a number of projects here in town, and they do a very good job of keeping our noses clean and making sure that our contractors are performing, and we're following the architectural design and the building design. And Mark is, we've worked with Mark in many cases before, and I don't think he's been disappointed in many things, maybe a few, but not many.
Commissioner, if I may, I'm just going to weigh in here real quickly. There is a provision in our site plan review regulations that permits, if the commission feels it necessary, to get an independent review.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair. Ray Antonacci. Would you have any the lady mentioned Henry Street as not being included in the buffered area. Is there a reason for that?
Well, I think that the way the Sealy property has always been configured, Henry Street was never screened for how many years that Sealy's been in that site, and Winchester's been in that site. That will probably still be the same type of operation that we've seen over the years. If the situation of the buildings is where the back of that building is facing Henry Street, that will be an area where they'll probably be doing some truck docks and loading. I don't know what type of screening we could do there, but if there's something that we could do, we will. We'll try to screen it as best we can. It could be fencing, it could be landscape.
Okay, so that can be added then to the resolution.
Yeah, yes, we can add that in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments? No, not yet. We're not on public comment yet. Any other comments from the commissioners? Okay. Last part, sir, we're going to the final statements from any member of the public. Final statement, please. Yes, sir. Please be brief. We've heard you, and please be brief.
David Mango, 240 Riverside Street, Oakville. First of all, Richard, you got to put yourself in the people on Ball Farm, the people on Hillside, the people on Henry Street, the people on Riverside, the people on Morrow Street. That's where all these petitions come from. I got this thing surrounded like the Indians. All right? You got to think of we don't want no drive-through. You people work for us. You got to think of the people. How would you like it if you lived on Ball Farm Road? And then you got up and you put a place in here, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and you got to smell the chicken all the time for his profit? We're the town people, baby. You got to think of us, all of yous. You got to think of us. And think about the traffic, and the stormwater, and the lights. To do this job, you got to take that big hump over there, and you got to drop it down. And you got to create a big berm. It'd be just like this room here, and all your stores would be down below. But you got to get rid of this. We don't want no drive-through. No drive-through, period. You got to do what we want, or you're going to have a mutiny. How would you like to come out of your house and smell food? I dated a girl years ago that lived behind Five Guys Pizza. I come out of there one night. She got a $400,000 house. I smell Dunkin' Donuts. I smell Chinese food. You think about them people. You got to think about the people. Forget about the development. Make that for the town. Get your politicians here to get some federal funded money. I went to high school with Neil O'Leary from Waterbury. He lived in Woodbury. And he gets all this federal money for all this contamination stuff. Buy that piece of property. Give it to the town. Put recreation over there. Make your walking trail behind Seymour Smith's come along the river, through my property, through Alice Gilakakis' property, through all them properties. Give these town people something. Always development, development, development. More traffic, more commotion. Then the people say, oh, the taxes are going to go down. The taxes never go down. The consumer always picks up the premium. Think of the people. Forget about the development. We got enough of development. You got a lot of stores vacant. These guys, they want to get in here to develop something. They come in with the minimum, and then they want the maximum. And then you got a lot of trouble. Think of the people. I told him. I thanked him. Think of the people. Think of the taxpayers. You push this through, you're going to make a lot of people mad, boy. How would you like it to have a house on Ball Farm, a beautiful house, and you come home from work, one customer there right behind it is Izzy. He got 2 disabled veterans in the house in wheelchairs. How would you like to be them? Guys that fought in this country, lost their legs, and got to look at that. You think about it. You think about what I'm saying. Don't do development. That's why you get me mad, because you want to push things through right away. And I thank that guy right there for stopping it. You got to think of the people first. No drive-through. End this thing. Let the town have that property. Put something up there for the kids. I told you could put a fire department there, drop the grade down a little bit. You got to think of the people.
Thank you.
Forget about the development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other final comments? Any other final comments? Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, my name is Carmen Russolillo. I live at 112 Riverside Street.
I'm sorry.
What's your name again, sir?
Name?
Carmen Russolillo, Russolillo.
Thank you.
I live at 110, 112 Riverside Street, which is on the corner of Henry and Riverside. Which Henry is the street, okay? Number one. Number two, sir, you had made a comment, I guess, 2 meetings before, that you spoke to everybody on Henry Street, which you never did, okay? That's number two. Now, I grew up in Baldwin Street, moved to Tom Plot. When I got married, my wife and I bought the 2-family house with her cousin. And it took a lot of money to improve that house. And I see a lot of improvement in that property all around the area. Everybody's taking pride in their property and doing what they have to do to make sure that it grows and looks fine. I live right across the street from this place, okay? The damn grass is growing 6 feet high, and you're telling me that these guys are gonna do an improvement in it? They got money. That's fine, that they work hard to do it, that's fine. I worked all my life as a meat cutter, all right? That's not an easy job, but I paid my dues. I want something good and clean that's gonna be in there. I came to you guys 25 years ago. I wanted to raise the roof on my garage, and they had a game room for my 2 boys, okay? You told me I have to present a design, show the structure, what's gonna happen, everything. I did that. Then you told me that it obstructed my neighbor's view. 10 years later, my neighbor put one up 15 feet higher than my garage. Really? How did that happen? You denied me, yet he got to build that damn garage. Now it blocks my view, but it's there. So all I'm saying is, please consider what you're doing, all right? I mean, none of you guys live on Riverside. None of you guys know the traffic that goes there. At 1 o'clock in the morning, people are going up at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, all right? That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Yes.
Hi, I'm Amy Russolillo, 21 White Street, following my father-in-law there.
Would you state your name again?
Amy Russolillo, Russolillo,
The address?
21 White Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a few comments, and I did a lot of scribbling as people were taking notes, so I'm probably not going to get to it all. But what I'm hearing a lot of is, give me this, and then we'll let you know later. And that's not right. It's not right. The people who live around this area should have a clear picture of what is going to happen. This is so huge for Oakville, huge. And this is not something that should just be given without any consideration of what the people want. And there's this misconception that these residents don't want something there. They want something beautiful. No drive-through, simple, no drive-through. They have to live there. Another thing that we keep skipping over, which is probably one of the most important components in all of this, is the traffic. Still has not been addressed. It's been questioned several times, still not addressed. Nobody is giving us a clear answer on what is going to happen. That area is so cluttered. I can't even imagine what the buildings are showing us, what the traffic is going to turn into. I lived on the corner of Riverside Street for 11 years before my husband and I moved. That road is a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. I know they mentioned Starbucks. It's busy because drive-through and it's the pandemic. Absolutely not. That traffic was there before the pandemic. Nobody's taking this into consideration. This is huge. And where's the other building? Why is it keep being omitted? The building with the drive-through. Why can't we see this? You know, these are questions I really hope you guys are considering. I feel like some of the members already have made the decision prior to everybody walking in. I think it's unfair. I feel like there is this sales pitch. We're going to bring in box stores. We're going to bring in this. Watertown is a beautiful town. Oakville is a beautiful town. Watertown has so many empty spots. There's prime spots for big box stores or other stores to come in. Nobody wants to come in. And we're supposed to believe these monstrous buildings are going to go up and all of a sudden we're going to fill them? I find that hard to believe. I really do, especially with where the location is and the way the traffic already is. And I wish that would be addressed for the people who live around that neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe yes, ma'am. I believe this is the second time.
Patricia Casfeld, 19 Henry Street. Please don't take out the cupolas and the ornamental features. Please don't take those out, because I think that is needed. And also, are you going to use the slab that is already there to build on, or will that be removed?
I can't answer that question. I assume I've been over on Henry Street, looked at the property. There is a big cement
Yes.
and also other cement fixtures. I assume those would be gone.
And also, the 2 acres that are unusable, where are they located? The parking lot area down by the
I have
monument?
a map I could show you where the 2 contaminated areas are.
One's the parking lot, they would make a parking lot there? And
I don't know. Would you like to comment? Is there going to be any building on those 2 contaminated areas on the map?
The only thing we can do on the contaminated area is pave over it or landscape.
is that down below, near the?
Yes.
Near the, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Al Mickle, 95 Woodbine Avenue. In previous meetings, I mentioned the culvert that runs under Henry Street, and I'm wondering if the Conservation Commission has to review any of this, the sites, whatever it is, because we really don't know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, final comments? Yes, ma'am. State your name and address, please.
Katerina DeVito of 106 Pine Ridge Drive Extension. I have lived in Watertown my entire life. Parents live out here, friends, family, and our son is also a part of this town. So basically saying all of my favorite people and a few people maybe that I don't like all live in this town. What we do with this property is going to leave a legacy for all of these people. So this includes our building heights, how we decide to do these drive-throughs, and what we basically structure this to be like. It's going to be important to put this all in writing. To all these maybes that I hear out here, maybe this, maybe that leaves a lot of open doors for this legacy that we leave to be polluted. As far as these drive-throughs that I hear about, and the COVID and the pandemic, and that they were so needed for the stores, there were things like Grubhub, DoorDash, Instacart, Uber Eats. There are ways around this. Not saying that it's the answer to all the issues, but it is something to also consider for ourselves. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Last comments? Last comments?
Catherine Camera, 31 Cottage Place. I just wanted to briefly say, I know at least 5 of you have been have been on the commission for a while, and you've been through many public hearings, as I have. And I just want to point out to you to go back in your memory banks and think about those other public hearings, the large public hearings. A lot of times you had a pretty even scale of people for it, people against it. I don't think you're seeing that here. We've had, this is the 4th public hearing, and I have only heard 2 people, one tonight and one online, that were for this, that were not the actual applicants. So I think you really got to think about that. It's very different. This is not like Shaker up on Bunker Hill. Okay, that drew a huge crowd, and it was, it was pros and cons. You're getting a lot of cons here, a lot, more so. And as David Mango has said, please, you work for us, the people in this room, the people who have written letters, the people who have signed the petitions. You work for us. And I really think this is different. It's very different than anything that I've seen before. I have not seen very much support for this at all. Thank you. Excuse me, thank you.
Any other final comments? Final comments, please. Please state your name and address.
My name is Carolyn Bader, 57 Avalon Avenue in Oakville.
Would you spell that for our secretary?
I'm sorry?
Your name, please.
Carolyn Bader, Baeder.
Thank you.
And your address, I'm sorry.
57 Avalon Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm upset that I have to come up here and speak to you tonight. I agree with most of the comments in this room. I don't think there should be a zoning change, not without knowing more information of what is going on this property. I went and supported the people that fought against the zoning change for that car dealership on the corner of 63 and Bunker Hill Road. The zoning change went in, but guess what? The property was never developed. But now that zoning change is there for life. I'm afraid the same thing is going to happen on this Sealy property. You will put that zoning change in, and then something will happen, and the developers will back out. I'm wondering, I don't know if you can answer this question, but Mr. Yaman, is he the same man that bought the property from the town, the South School property, and we were promised housing there? There was supposed to be housing. And what happened? We got a monstrosity of a drugstore, and I don't think the building is very flattering. When you go and see drugstores built in other communities, and we have to have that monstrosity in Oakville, and so many people are disappointed at that look and what was supposed to be built there. And what happened to Baldwin School? The same thing. Someone bought it, they promised us all these wonderful ideas, and guess what? We don't even have it on the tax rolls now because it was sold to TAF. So I'm begging you to please consider not making this zone change until you know a lot more about the property. And also, I do agree, I support all the restaurants here. I didn't have to go to a drive-through. You have all those other apps you could use, or like myself, I went up to the window at Nana Lucia's or Dimitri's or wherever, and I bought my food and supported those restaurants as I still do today. We do not need drive-throughs. And my heart goes out for the people that live on Henry Street who you didn't even consider in this whole debacle. That's what I call it. But I'm very, very concerned that you have already made a decision before you came into this meeting. You should never have told us any feelings. You are supposed to be non-committal until this hearing is over, and I'm really disappointed in each and every one of you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Last comment.
Brian D'Amelio, 15 Henry Street. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Antonacci for making a motion to put something in about how it's going to look on our side of this development if it goes through. I'm not as articulate as Mr. Mango. Again, biggest concern because I have 3 children that live with me. They're my foster kids. I'm their legal guardian. Is the traffic. Again, it's never been answered. This is going on for 3-4 months now. No one has ever done the traffic study yet. And I have one thing that I would like to say to the whole commission here is you need to ask yourself one question. I have 3 people that want to develop this property. We're going to bring in all these businesses, but we're not sure who we're going to bring in. We don't know if we're going to bring them in, but I want you to invest your money, your town, in this development with this zoning change. Do you think you would do that? You need to think about that.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Last one? Yes, sir. We've heard you, I believe, twice, sir. I will give you another couple of minutes if you would be short. Please.
David Mangle, 240 Riverside Street, Oakville. You got to do away with the drive-through, Richard. You got to listen to the people, man. You got to listen to the people. You got to do for the people. All you people behind there are going to be guilty if you push this drive-through through. Then if you want to go down there someday, I'll go there and I'll explain with you all the experience I got in 40-something years of mass cuts. How to make this place work and make everything private. What I know about developing land, you people are never going to learn. Never going to learn. And I can tell you how to drop the grade by Henry Street. Drop it down to where Riverside Street grade is. Put it down in a hole. Take all that fill there, push it up by Ball Farm. Wrap it around down by Hillside. Not a big berm, maybe 15 feet high, roll like this, right? And then that's a lot of rock in there you got to blast out. You could bury all that in a slope up by Ball Farm and raise the grade so them people don't see nothing. Because they're up high. You drop the grade and let the building stay down in the hole, might be able to make this work. But we don't want no drive-through. We got you surrounded with the drive-through. Like I said, how would you like it to come out of your house and smell Dunkin' Donuts?
Right, we've heard you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments? Last one. Any other comments? Thank you very much. That will be the last from public comment. Applicant, this is your very last piece. Any representatives of the developer, anyone who is a part of the application can speak. Attorney
Again, Franklin Pillacy for the applicant. We have nothing to add. Thank you.
That's final.
I'm sorry, Franklin, I did not hear what you said. I'm sorry.
The mass.
Nothing to add. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Uh, Gentlemen, now it's for us to discuss. We've heard this, again, the fourth meeting. We've worked hard and long on trying to develop what we might consider a good plan. We've had resolutions upon resolutions. Comments from members of the commission? Any comments?
Mr. Chairman? I'm
Yes.
sorry, the town attorney. Paul Jessel, town attorney. Are you moving into the deliberation phase?
We
of
are
this?
moving into deliberation, yes.
Then you need to close the public hearing, I believe.
We close it and then we deliberate?
And then you deliberate, that's
Okay.
correct.
I have a motion before me. Please give me a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a second? To
I'll
close
second
the
it.
public hearing.
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, who's second?
Dave.
Motion has been made and seconded. Public hearing is closed. Deliberation from members of the
Excuse
commission.
me, I'm sorry, everyone has to vote to close the
Okay,
public
I'm
hearing.
sorry, I'm moving too fast
That's
here. It's
okay.
getting late. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Hearing none? Unanimous. Now we are closed. Discussion.
Now, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I don't believe that's the next item on your agenda, is it?
No, you gotta wait till the end, Rich. It comes up under.
Unless you want to move that action item up on the agenda by a vote of the commission.
We can move it up on the agenda
It's at the
if
bottom.
so the wishes of the commission.
I say we leave it right where it is under articles.
Okay, we'll leave it till the
I'm sorry,
end.
can you please take down your mask? This is very important, and speak into the mic. I'm sorry.
The question is, do we want to debate this now, or do we want to wait till the end of the agenda? Commissioners?
I would rather wait. But
Okay, there was one. Also wait. Duva, yes, also wait. Okay, we'll move it. Let's go on to the next matter on the agenda. Move forward.
Mr. Chairman,
You have to call people in.
you have other folks, so you might just give a couple minutes for folks to move out and the other folks to move in.
Okay,
Maybe a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, that'd be great.
5-minute recess, starting now. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Parliamentarian. Yeah. Recording? Thank you. Okay, let's go to the agenda item next. New public hearing. We have the applicant withdrawn. The O'Sullivan application has been withdrawn. Make a note on that, your agenda. And then that takes us to a petition and a petition amend the section 37 of the zoning regulations, group daycare and child daycare, add senior housing, senior homes, add the definition for senior homes, section 37.1.3, add supplemental standards, section 37.2.6 pertaining to senior homes.
Through the chair,
Text amendment.
Rich, I'm going to remove myself from 2 and 3.
Okay, have the record show Commissioner Demers is removing himself and going out the door. Thank you. We can proceed. Applicant. Attorney Pillacy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and staff, Franklin Pillacy on behalf of the applicant, and Emily Slattery is the applicant and is also present. As a preliminary matter, I would note that the notice requirements have been met and submittals have been made to staff. And the second point I'd like to make is item 2 and item 3 under your public hearing, part of the agenda, concern the same property and the same issue, and I would ask that the commission consider a combined public hearing on those two applications. It's the same information that would be pertinent in both situations.
So you're therefore going to be speaking also site plan, special permit, number 2021-03 for senior home and adult daycare center located at 211 Woodbury Road, Watertown, Connecticut, map 98A, block 59, lot 8 in a R20 zone district. So both of your comments will be joined together as a single comment for those two hearings.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just briefly, by way of introduction with what the applicant is seeking here, the regulations presently allow for the group daycare, child daycare, but there's no express provision for the senior to be added, or the senior home specifically as proposed. And the idea is to provide just some additional housing opportunities for Watertown. This will be a relatively low-scale operation. It'll be quite modest. And just to be clear, Emily will discuss specifically what she's proposing, but first I'd like to emphasize that there will be no change to the building. The exterior of the building is not changing. The only addition outside the building will be a handicap ramp to allow those that are disabled to properly access, the same as any other residents in this district or in town anywhere generally. So, and one other point, to the rear of the building that will not be visible from the front and probably not from either side or the rear itself, there's going to be a small area where wheelchairs can be lifted into the building and so forth. So other than the handicap access provisions, there will be no changes whatsoever to the exterior of the building. And the site will include no changes to the parking area. There's sufficient parking on site right now, so nothing else is needed. And again, nothing is going to change with respect to this building. And from the exterior, no one will even really know what's going on. Now, with that, I would ask Emily to just describe what it is that she does in what she proposes for this site.
Thank you. Would you please state your name
Take care.
and address?
Speak loud.
Emily Slattery. I'm purchasing 211 Woodbury Road. The proposed use is a combined senior service of seniors being able to live there and then additional seniors being able to come during the day for a day center. So it falls under 2 licenses, assisted living and a certification for adult day center. Currently, my day center is in Sandy Hook, and we serve seniors with dementia and different memory impairment diagnoses, as well as adults with disabilities. We have a nurse on staff and aides, and it's primarily just supervision and interaction, stimulation, give somebody a place to go during the day, something to do, gives the family members, the caregivers, a break. So it's just a place for them to be around people and be cared for. And then the home part will have 6 beds, 6 people able to live there who, might have memory impairment, likely dementia, maybe just are seniors that don't want to live alone or need somebody to oversee them, help with, toileting, showering.
Are there any specific questions that any member of the commission may have as to what's going to occur here? It's really not much different than what is presently allowed by right, which is the daycare, group daycare, and so forth. It's just the only difference is that this is emphasizing it and accepting seniors. And there's more and more need for this type of a housing opportunity in Watertown and other areas of the state. But we're just expanding on the concept to include seniors because that category has not been included in the regulations in the past, and that really covers the definition or the text change that we're seeking. And then the rest of it, again, is just to accommodate seniors. A limited number will be able to reside there, and another small number will be able to come and go on an adult daycare basis. So that's pretty much it. It's very limited in number, and again, we're not changing anything. Are there any questions for Emily?
We're going to go through the next would be the commission will have an opportunity. Right now, is that your final statement as far as applicants?
It is. We reserve the right to come back depending upon other comments from others or commission members.
We're going to have the public have a comment now.
Okay, thank you.
Public would like to comment on the particular application. We'll start here, and then we'll go there and back there. 1, 2, 3. Please come forward, ma'am. State your name and address, please.
Okay, my name is Vicki Frenzel. I live directly next door at 227 Woodbury Road. I've only found out about this Sunday. I didn't know anything about this special application. I did see the sign, but I wasn't sure about what it was. So I only found out through my next door neighbor, Chris Atwood, who kindly dropped off a packet explaining. I put everything I have financially and heart into this home, my home. I love the community. I love the area. It's adorable. It's a historic district that has been maintained by homeowners for decades, hundreds of years. And it would be hurtful and hard to see even a small business of any sort go next door. But that's not even the beginning of it and the devaluation of my own property. But my concerns are the driveway. It's hard enough, even just as a single parent, to pull into my driveway without backing up cars for who knows, hundreds of feet behind me. And also, every time you stop to take a left into my driveway, you literally pray for your life, hoping you don't get slammed into or somebody doesn't cut you off. It's a horrible area. Traffic is awful, and it's just me pulling in and out of my driveway. That's it. The other issues that I have with this are the driveway directly abuts to my property. We have maybe 10 feet between us. There is no room for her to expand that driveway whatsoever. It goes right up to her building, to the house and my property. So I don't understand how they're going to have any egress or easement. How are two cars going to pass by each other? It's not possible. Where are they going to put their snow removal? How are they going to contain water runoff? Because we also live on a waterway. These are all things that I have concerns over. I have had to go through everything in order to do things properly. I feel like I need to know how they plan on containing the runoff from the parking. I also have issues with the whole idea of the fact that when the leaves are down, our properties are attached. I see everything. I could see right into the house as it is. They have a spiral staircase. How do you plan on getting these people up a spiral staircase to their bedrooms? I just don't understand how it's even possible. The other thing is they have a swimming pool. What are the plans with the pool? Are they going to be swimming? Is this going to be an outdoor situation? I don't see how it's even possible that they can park the amount of cars that they're stating that they want to park. The driveway is not that big. This has been completely overstated. And the half driveway in the center, it's one car at a time. There's no room for cars to pass by each other. So how are they going to get in and out of that parking lot? They're going to park 6 in a row and then have to back out, move cars. That's in and out of the road. It's just not even a possibility. So these are my concerns. I have children. I've maintained this property since my husband's passed because I planned on staying here. And I'll let you know if this comes in, and I will consider selling, and at that point, I might as well sell to anybody as well, since it's going to be considered an area that we can just put anything. So I also have concerns with the fact that Ken Demers is the one who owns the real estate company that is also, she's purchasing from. So I just feel like it's a conflict of interest, and I know he's not here for that reason. He saw me sitting here. They've tried to approach me for sales, and I don't feel comfortable that he's on the commission. I don't think it's fair to us. And I'm not saying that you guys are in on it or anything. I'm just saying it's a concern. Those are my main concerns. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you have a lot of other people, but again, I'm directly next door. You really have to think about me and my family. I have a pool. I love to entertain. It's just disheartening and sad that my husband's dream for this beautiful home that I've been trying to make a reality may be ripped away. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. She did give her name.
Excuse me, I did not get your last
Okay.
name. I was going to just
That's
ask you.
Frenzel, Frenzel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Second, yes, sir, you are next.
David Gorski, 165 Woodbury Road. Before people came up, you asked if there are any questions. I'm not sure if we're supposed to ask questions at that point in time, but I kind of do have a few questions. I worked in the environmental field some time back, writing Phase 1 environmental assessments, and I'm wondering if this document here serves as an environmental impact statement. And if it does serve as an environmental impact statement, there are many conclusions that are made, and I don't see any data backing it up whatsoever. For people in the neighborhood who say there will be no likely impact, I beg to differ with you. My kid could have lost his life over this last summer when he was rear-ended trying to make a left into my driveway. His car was launched somewhere around 40 to 70 feet. The normal time, 16-year-old behind him, looking at the phone, slammed into him at a normal speed. That doesn't even count the number of people who speed down that road. They just do. It's a straightaway. I can tell you with all honesty, every single one in the neighborhood never expected upon buying a property at those prices that there would be some kind of business put into our adjacent houses. My golly, that's why we joined the historic district, is to see development would not proceed in such a way. I do have another question. If it's a business, now I'm not sure, I believe I was writing impact statements for commercially zoned properties. But like I said, I don't see any data backing this up whatsoever. If this serves as the environmental impact statement. Second question I would have for the owner. If you're going to have old people into that home, have you completely remediated all the lead that's in that home? Because it was built long, long before 1972 or 75 or 78. I highly doubt that. As you can tell, I hate to sound like I have a tone of voice, but I think it's because lack of common sense. I just don't have a tolerance for it. Furthermore, last statement I'd like to make is that sign behind you above the chairman says working for you. Who are you working for? Us? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Over there, I believe. Ma'am, you are. Please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Jean King. I live at 126 North Street. I am the chair of the Watertown Historic District Commission. Though I am speaking for myself this evening, the commission has not discussed this project. And so I have a couple of things to ask about and talk about, both related to the general change to the zoning, which you're proposing, and then this specific project. It bothers me to come in and find that we are changing zoning in any way with a proposal that comes in from someone outside of Watertown without someone looking at the whole of Watertown and how this impacts this. Because you're proposing to change the zoning throughout the town, and it is absolutely true. We certainly need housing, we need daycare, we need daycare for senior citizens. We need places for people to live. There's no question who are elderly and disabled or maybe need a little care. But I think you need to think about specifically some of the things that may impact anywhere else in the town of Watertown. And people, I think, who get up and speak here will also talk about, for instance, that you are on Route 6, how people enter and leave a property. My experience with watching other adult daycare centers in Watertown, actually the one I've seen most was in Middlebury, I think. It was in a more commercial place, but what I noticed was vans bring people a lot back and forth. It's even if there's not that many people come in a handicapped van. And again, any of us are anywhere around on Route 6 and see the traffic that goes along there. It's really hard to see how that would work out there. I noted that in the proposal for the changing of the zoning, it says the maximum number of residents in a senior home shall not exceed 8. And Ms. Slattery, I believe, said she might have 6 people living there, which then would mean to me that you could only have 2 people as daycare. Maybe they could expand that, tell us more about that. But if there are 6 people living there, you're only going to have 2 people coming in a day, or how many people are going to come in? The maximum number of people number, I think, needs to be specified between those who actually live there and then how many come in on a daily basis, because that's an impact. I did want to point out that within the historic district, we have regulations, and I would just read one thing in there from our regulations. No area within the historic district shall be used for industrial, commercial, business, home industry, or occupational parking, whether or not such area is zoned for such use, until after an application for a certificate of appropriateness has applied for and granted. The commission shall consider the size of a parking area, the visibility of cars parked therein, the closeness of such area to adjacent buildings, and other similar factors. So that's something that whatever happens with this property would have to come to our commission, and that's just one thing that we would be looking at. We do not, the commission does not look at the use of properties in the historic district. It is the appearance, it's what you can see from the street, but that, and we have on occasion, we've had a number of times where people have needed ramps on a temporary basis, and we've looked at that. But ramps on a permanent basis really require looking at it from the historic perspective. There were a lot of pieces to look at for that. And those are just some things I asked when I was talking with Mr. Massoud about this, whether at some point with something like this happening in the historic district that you might want to consider asking the commission to give you some advice on this or not. And it's something you might consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? In the back of the room? Please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Getz, 199 Woodbury Road. I am on the opposite side, or bordering property of the applicant house. A couple of things I'm very concerned about is the traffic in and out of the property. The client, or I'm sorry, Ms. Slattery had just mentioned that there would be 12 daycare clients as well as 6 beds. So I'm alluding to possibly 18 clients altogether, as well as employees, drivers, occupational therapists. I'm not really that versed on how many people they would have in and out, but it is definitely an area of concern. Along with that, I have to agree that the parking lot or the driveway is a single-lane driveway. Both driveways are single-lane driveways, meaning that nobody can drive around somebody else to get out of the spot. And the horseshoe, which is on Route 6, is about 15 feet from my property. And again, with the foliage when it falls, I have a direct view of the front of the house. I've known from previous owners that when they use that front loop as a driveway, the lights are blaring in my house. So again, very concerning about the amount of cars that are going to be approaching the property, dropping off, so forth. In addition, there was a mention about a van driver. So I'm questioning, is there a van that is marked with the company's logo that will be sitting outside the front of the house in that half circle? Also mentioned is that the company overview said the clients that would be on the property are people that fit a lot of criteria. However, people that, or clients that would not be eligible would be clients that are unmanageable to monitor because of their wandering. So I'm questioning what the liability is if, for instance, they have a new client that tends to go off their property and comes on my property and gets hurt on my property, or maybe my dog does not really fare well with strangers visiting my property. What kind of liability is there for that? So that also is concerning. We talked about the noise. Oh, here's another one. I have another question or concern. It was mentioned that there would be some outdoor events happening, or not events, I'm sorry, outdoor activities. Again, our properties are very close, and I'm curious to see or to hear what those activities mean. Does that mean all 20 clients are outside with families and friends visiting, and it's, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a party? Is there a party going on like every day in the summer? Is there, what kind of activities are going to be additional noise coming from the residents. I think that a lot of my neighbors have the same concerns as me. I do also want to mention that I purchased a house in a residential area, and this is, it's a little alarming that because, and no disrespect to anybody, but if the house is on the market and it's been on the market for quite a while, is this what we need to resort to because it gets the house sold? I really question the integrity of the seller and what's going on here. So I would say those are my highlights of my concerns. Again, the property is super close to mine, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Any other person like to speak? Yes, ma'am? And then, sir, in the back, you'll be next. Please state your name and address.
Sure. Chris Atwood, 241 Woodbury Road, 2 doors down from this prospective property. Trying not to duplicate anything that's already been said, just my own concerns. 6 resident seniors would be occupying 2 shared and 2 single-person bedrooms on the 2nd floor with a spiral staircase. I'm concerned about fire and getting those seniors out. 12 adult daycare clients, not necessarily seniors. Everyone wants to have more for seniors. I'm a senior. But these could be anybody over the age of 18 per adult definition. So it could be anybody who is at least ambulatory, perhaps is not prone to wandering compulsively or doing other odd behavior, but that's a wide range of people that could be there. The application says 4 staff on site during the day, principally an LPN, 2 program aides, and a driver. How is food provided to these seniors? Wouldn't there be kitchen staff? Wouldn't there be somebody that has to provide food? I know the other facility in Sandy Hook doesn't provide food per Angie's List when I did a little search on it, but I'm concerned about that. They said no change to the outside except for a ramp. How about the new 3 by 4 foot sign that would now be outside? How about the state requirements for large, bright lighting that's now going to be in our neighborhood? That's not something we're going to want, and I'm not going to even talk about parking because it's going to be impossible, given the fact that you're going to have people dropping off 12 adult daycare people plus also the staff, as well as people providing any kind of therapy for the people that are there. And obviously the traffic. Everybody knows what Route 6 is like. There's some hours of the night, there's nobody. Other times I can't even get out of my driveway. I don't even try to make a left-hand turn, I just go right. And obviously my concern is property value decline. I've been there 13 years, and finally the value of my property is going up, but it's just going to go down with something like that, I feel, in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the back, gentlemen, yes?
Pierre Moran, Hamilton Avenue. My concern is for the integrity of the neighborhood and how it will change as a result of changing the zoning. What starts out as something innocuous will turn into the whole neighborhood changing with regards to what the neighbor can do, as somebody pointed out, sell my house and put something else there. So it'll change the integrity of the neighborhood, which when one changes the zoning in one place, you basically change it for the block. We've seen that happen elsewhere recently. And what started out, again, as something as a home office in a beautiful home here on Route 6 has turned into a monster parking lot with lights that are lit up all night. Most of these homes will never return to a private residence once they've been changed and made into an office. So I would advise that we keep it the same as far as the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I believe anyone else? Yes, in the back, ma'am?
Hi, Patricia Norman, 271 Woodbury Road.
Could you restate your name? So she
Patricia
can-
Norman, Norman.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate with the people when they're talking about the parking. I've been at that home many times. It's a very narrow parking lot. The reason that they put the horseshoe in is so that you don't have to back out onto Woodbury Road. So you could go through there. The driveway in the front is it's not for parking, it's for being able to get out onto Woodbury Road. I don't even know how she could park that much staff in there. The whole house is just a lovely home. And as everybody says, like when these things happen, but if everything was just, that's the way it is, they have to come in, I don't know why we would be sitting here trying to change something. It's the other thing when you have these changes and you go into these homes and you do all these handicap bathrooms, you do change kitchens, you change everything. The house has no value if her business does not survive. The house has no value to any other resident to ever come in and have to go back to make it a lovely home that it is. But just to do with my neighbors, to say that driveway is not conducive to any business whatsoever. It's not even conducive to having 2 kids with cars. So thank you.
Thank you. And yes, sir.
My name is Joe Sheehan, S-H-E-E-H-A-N. I live at 259 Woodbury Road. I've lived in town 44 years. First time I ever had anything to do except for voting and the children in school. I agree with everything that was said so far. It will change the neighborhood. I'm asking, and they're asking for a very specific site change. I'm asking for you to protect our interests and keep it the way it is. It's one of the areas coming in and out of town that we've spent many years trying to keep our homes exactly the way they were, so that 150 years from now, it's going to look just the way it is, and that you can't have a business in there. We've had 4 accidents that involving my family just getting in the driveway over the years. I can't tell you how many times at night I've gone out helping people that have been in accidents. There was one 3 nights ago. I was the first one out to administer aid until the police and the fire department came. It's a big concern on Woodbury Road. Now, these are just some of the things that, and it's a business. We're asking you to keep a business out of a residential neighborhood. That's all we're asking. I have 2 other concerns, that there are the fire aspect of getting disabled people in and out of a building quickly. The second thing is the owner is not from our area. She can put her building anywhere in the state and do well. And she's not going to be on premise. And please listen to what everybody else said so far and what I said, and I'm saying it from a point where I've been there for 44 years, and everything that we've done in the house was for the next person that comes along, and I don't want to leave them with a business. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Greg Milo, 181 Woodbury Road.
Can you spell your last name?
Yeah, M-I-L-O. And I'd just like to say that I agree with everything my neighbors have said. My yard also abuts this property. We moved there 3 years ago. I grew up in Watertown, and it's been actually a lifelong hope of mine to own one of these antique homes in the Taft area. That it's a sought-after neighborhood, and my wife and I actually have experience restoring antique homes. We did our first one in Waterbury, and then we bought this one and restored it back to its previous, the way it's supposed to be. We've all seen when people buy these types of houses and some sort of a medical facility goes in there and they kind of hack up the inside. And I know that the Historic Society protects the outside of the building, and what the owner does with the inside is their business. But it completely just demolishes the property values. The next person that goes in there looks at it, looks to get a steal on this because it's been hacked up. Bathrooms have been expanded, walls have been taken down to accommodate the current situation. So I just want to say that I disagree with this wholeheartedly, and I agree with my neighbors, and I hope to vote against it.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the public? Any other comments? Any other comments? Seeing none at this time.
Can I make one more, sir?
Okay, I didn't see you. Yes, sir.
While I was listening to this, Dave Gorski again, 165 Woodbury Road, I just Googled up Glory Days Senior Housing in Sandy Hook, and there's not much there, but there it says the neighborhood. And as I went through, I saw, if I still have it here, listen to what's close by. 0.03 miles away is Fig Wood Fired Bistro. 0.05 miles away, not 0.5, 0.05 miles away is Sandy Hook Diner. 0.06 miles away is Village Perk Cafe. 0.07 miles away is Foundry Kitchen and Tavern. Now, 0.1 miles away, 0.12 miles away, Nouveau Monde. And then we start to get half a mile away. Pizza Place, Blue Colony Diner, Wheels, bang, half a mile away. Think about the number of things that are in the applicant's previous business that she has set up, hopefully successfully. She has an incredible number of commercial properties around that one, and absolutely no commercial properties around this one. I just want to bring that to the attention of the board.
Any other comments from the public? Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, let's go back to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and staff. I'd like to respond to some of the opposition and concerns that were raised. And the use of this 211 Woodbury Road for the proposed use is very similar to a lot of what's going on in that neighborhood already. Many of the houses in this neighborhood are what we sometimes refer to as Taft houses, that include a number of students, number of faculty, a number of cars, and so forth. So it's a perfect fit for what else is going on in this area. There are a lot of single-family homes, but these homes did not necessarily change, but they did become available for other uses, more in the nature of what's going on with this proposal. Again, there's no change to the house. There's no change to the driveway. One other thing that I think is important from a zoning perspective is that a group home, daycare, and similar uses are authorized as a matter of right in this zone. The only difference here is seniors. And I'd like to submit that seniors are just as important as non-seniors. And seniors have certain protections under federal fair housing laws, and federal fair housing laws go so far as to supersede zoning. And seniors, even though not currently referenced in your zoning regulations, enjoy the similar protections under the Federal Fair Housing Act and under the Connecticut Fair Housing Act. And they are entitled to be given housing opportunities the same as non-seniors. and the same as others that are within the protected classes under those federal and state statutes. As far as the general opposition is more in the nature of the same type of opposition that we experienced in Watertown over the years when group homes were first introduced as housing options in Watertown. We had the same opposition and the same fears. And I believe that a lot of this is in the nature of perception, because we have almost probably a dozen or more group homes in Watertown, sprinkled within some pretty well-established residential areas, and there's absolutely no issues whatsoever with those. And I can speak personally because I own a house with my son that is directly across from a group home. You wouldn't even know they were there. And again, I submit that the seniors are entitled to the same protections and the same housing opportunities as non-seniors. And as Emily discussed, there's not going to be any change to this house. You're not even going to know what's going on inside this house. Other than the handicap accessible ramping, there will be no changes whatsoever. So again, I submit that the focus ought to be on the opportunity for senior housing, which again is a protected class, the same as the group homes and others with disabilities. So I would urge you to approve this application. I and Emily are sensitive to everyone that has spoken and everyone that lives in this neighborhood. I believe that they are very sincere and they are great people in Watertown, but I just see this as more of a perception problem than a reality problem. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let us move on.
Yeah, I was just going to add that.
Oh, you want to add something? Yes.
Yeah, part of the appeal of the house for this business is the antique design and character, and because I'm trying to have a place for seniors that's not an institution and it's not a large, overwhelming place. This is just meant to be a home. That's why I'm not doing a parking lot. I'm not doing commercial lights. I'm not changing anything. It's just meant to be a home for people to go to. So that you're not worried about their safety. There is, the wheelchair lift is an alternative to an elevator, so that's how they'll get upstairs. And of course, we'll have to meet fire code safety, state licensing regulations. You know, it's not just moving in and not having any oversight.
Yeah, I think Emily mentioned the aspect of this that concerns what goes on inside. That will be subject to state licensing, state inspections, and obviously Watertown building official, Watertown fire marshal, all of these others will also have to sign off before any actual use can occur. But what we're seeking tonight is simply the zoning aspect of this, to give some protection and give some opportunities to the seniors that will use this facility, and likely they'll be all Watertown seniors that need something like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from the members of the commission? Staff, commission, staff, anyone? From the commission and staff, anyone?
I do have a question.
Yes.
For the chair. Has anybody actually visited to see how it would impact the traffic?
Excuse me, who's talking?
Lou
You can take
Cavallo.
your mask
Oh, Lou,
down.
can you take your
Yes.
mask off and speak in there?
I'm wondering if anybody has actually visited the property, see how it would affect the traffic coming in and out of
Our
there.
staff down there. Mark?
Mark?
Mark, the question is to you.
Sure. I drive by the property twice a day on my way to and from work. I have briefly visited the property. I am familiar with the traffic, both pros and cons. I've written you two resolutions. I think that the property lends itself with the configuration of the driveway to access. I I understand what folks are saying, and I can't say that I've sat at the property and, observed or attempted to go in and out of the property in the way that that addresses what folks have been saying. But I am familiar and I have visited the property.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Through the chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Dan DeVito, this, we're looking at changing the zoning. Where else in town will this affect, Mark?
As Attorney Pilacy, so most of the changes, so all of the changes with regards to the text amendment are within section 37 supplemental standards, which deals specifically with group daycare and child daycare as they're written, group daycare, child daycare facilities. I do agree that because of the age of the regulations and because of the relative newness of the concept of adult daycare, that the regulations are deficient in terms of addressing that group, and I view the changes as putting them on equal footing with group daycare and child daycare types of services. To specifically answer your question, those uses are allowed in all residential zones by special permit. So that's why the specific application is here tonight as a public hearing.
Any other comments? Yes.
I just had
Joe.
Commissioner Joe Dua. I just had a question about the capacity because it seems to be a topic of interest of myself. What would be the capacity during the 24-hour, meaning during the day as opposed to the night? I know you said you'd have 6 residents.
Yes, it would be 12 for the day center plus the 6 living there, so 18 at the most for the day. Staff would not be living there. They would be awake 24-hour shift staff.
And then what would be the staffing levels during the day?
During the day, it would be approximately 1 to 4 ratio, 1 to 4.5. And at night, overnight, it'd be 1 to 6. That's higher than standards for adult day centers or assisted living.
And then another question regarding the nurse. Do you have a nurse on staff 24 hours a day?
Not 24 hours. During the day, a nurse on site,
And you
on
just-
call at night.
On call at night?
Right, that's assisted living requirement.
Standards, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold it. I think there are other questions rather than having you pop up and down.
Why is it always mine?
Here it is.
Maybe it's a sign.
Ray Antonesi, Commissioner, how many automobiles are going to be parked at this facility during the day?
During the
It's
day.
working now.
Oh.
Right.
During the day, I would expect 4 staff, and then other ones would be drop off and pick up.
So how many is that?
Well, I wouldn't consider them parked if they're dropping off.
Vehicles, okay, how many vehicles will actually be parked there, is my question. Because staff has to be there, right?
Right,
And
4
you're
staff.
there. That's 4 vehicles?
People that live there
Excuse-
won't have cars. They won't be driving.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Some people are saying they can't hear you.
Oh,
Maybe you
sorry.
need to, it's
Sorry.
you need to speak more into the mic.
Speak
Thank
into the
you.
mic.
4 staff cars during the day. People that live there won't have cars. And the people will drop off and pick up, so they would be brief, not parked all day. And then we've allowed for 2 visitor cars if somebody wanted to, visit a family member that lives there. But day center people wouldn't have visitors. That's the opposite of the purpose.
Where is the parking at this,
In the back.
in the back?
No?
No, please.
Yeah, the U, I'm not counting that parking because that is just to go through. You wouldn't, if you park in the U, you would block it, so it's just to go through.
Does
And then
the-
the parking is in the back in front of the garage.
Okay, so I can't, I'm sorry, miss, I can't address you, I have to address the applicant right now. So is the parking in existence now? Is that space in existence right
Yes.
now? Okay, for how many cars?
For 6 cars, not counting the garage or the U, the
Okay.
horseshoe.
All right.
But I would expect that staff could park in the garage, right?
This lady wants to address. There's
Well,
a lady in the
after.
public. Okay, after.
Wait. Are you finished?
I'm finished, thank you.
I have a question. This is a very small piece of land. I guess it was 9.5 acres. And
0.95, yeah.
you say there are 5 bedrooms in this building?
Yes, yes, 5 bedrooms.
And the total number of residents, I know
6.
Commissioner Duva said there were about, during the day and in the evening. Could you once again state, what are the residents during the day and how many will stay all through the evening?
6 will live there with the 5 bedrooms.
Pardon me?
6 will live there with the 5 bedrooms, and then 12, an additional 12 for the capacity for the day center. So that's just the first floor, which is a lot of square footage.
Okay. And you're putting in sprinkler systems
Yes,
and bathrooms, which, again,
Yes.
access for handicap. Any other additions to the building that you're doing, other than the outside we mentioned, interior-wise?
Interior, there's going to be a ramp because there's a sunken living room. And the bathroom changes that you said, and the sprinklers, alarms, there has to be like fire pull alarms and pull strings, that kind of, whatever I'm told alarm system has to be there.
How about in the kitchen? Will you have a?
I'm not changing the kitchen.
Pardon me?
I don't plan to change the kitchen.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just for reference, I have a property outline on the screen from the town GIS for your just reference. It shows the size of the property, shows the driveways, shows the building in the rear, and the circular driveway in the front.
Okay. Is there any more questions from the commissioners? Any comments?
Through the chair.
Mass down.
Yep. For the applicant, when we spoke about vehicles, we spoke about the 4 staff. Are there any company vehicles, transport vans, anything? And did we address the food, how they'll be fed?
I guess. Currently, we do have a minivan. So I will probably have a minivan unless I can use other kind of transportation services. And the food, currently I get food prepared from Meals on Wheels and we heat it up in their microwave. So I'm looking into getting food prepared that I can have here, or we would just cook like we would cook for our family. Has to be approved by the by the health department, but we can cook for the people in the kitchen.
Would there be more staff for cooking? Or
No, the aides would do the cooking.
the aides would do the cooking? What about janitorial?
The aides.
Okay. Thank you, that was all.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Any other comments? Okay, we'll go now to the public again. Public, yes, please. Yep.
Okay, I need to point out something to you guys. Can you put the photo back up, please? Okay. To the left of this property is mine. That's a 3-car garage that you see in front of my driveway. I can fit 3 cars and then 1 more. That's it, 4. And even with those 4, I can barely turn around backing out of my driveway, which you can see is bigger than hers. Okay, that turnaround that she said you can park in her garage. That's a safety issue. You can't let people park in the garage and park cars in front of it. That's not.
You need to speak a little bit louder.
You have to
I'm
get
sorry.
get to the mic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's it. We know your property
Okay.
now.
Right.
Explain.
So a 3-car garage, I can fit only 4 cars in my driveway, 4. And then you can barely turn around or back up if I have 4. I have a bigger driveway than hers. You can see it right there. That driveway next to her property, as you can see, it's only can fit 1 car at a time. That's it, 1. How do you expect a truck to pull in, a car to pull out? Are they going to back out? Are they going to go around the little circular driveway? Like, it's just, where's the snow going to go? If you have cars parked in that lot and your plow guy needs to come in, where is he going to put the snow? I just don't see how it's possible. It's just, when she says she needs all this space and I can only park 4 in my driveway, it's just not a possibility. Most of the time, I have to turn around in my own front yard in order to get my cars out. And I'm not joking. This is a serious concern. I don't know where she plans on putting cars. And I spent so much time and effort making my house beautiful, and to have all this next door with a bunch of cars and a van and a sign, it's just, it's not right. It's not fair.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address.
Jean King, 126 North Street. I just wanted to point out what, and some of you have been asking this question, you're changing the zoning throughout the town. It's not just for this piece of property. And it is a concern to me that, that we haven't really looked into, I know other towns have done this, and maybe look at what alternative ways of looking at the zoning. Not saying you don't do it, but what things need to be covered in this. For instance, in the proposed zoning thing that you have in front, it says it will be limited to 8 people. That's what it says in the proposed zoning that you're doing in that statement. But we've heard they're going to be 18 people. So, and if they're going to be 18 people, then you shouldn't put into the zoning requirement that they have to be, that there only can be 8. So I just think in terms of changing the zoning for what is basically affecting most of the residential property in Watertown, you ought to look at, you know, what is the really best way to do this before you just do it based on, here's a property, we want to get this one done right now. I think it's an important thing to consider for you as a commission when we're making changes to zoning for the whole town.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greg Milo, 181 Woodbury Road. It came up a few times that between 18 residents at any given time, plus 4 staff members is 22 people. No one has said anything about visitors for any of these people. That could up, is there a cap on visitors? I mean, we could be talking anywhere from 25 to 30 people in this house at one time. I'm sure there's gonna be more cars there than just the 4. You're talking a minivan now, you're talking the visitors' vehicles. This can easily get out of control. Attorney Polisi said you would hardly notice that anything was going on here. Between the signage out front, the floodlights, the addition of this ramp, and the amount of traffic person traffic that's gonna be coming in and out of this home, you will certainly know what's going on here. There's not a house around in that neighborhood that has 25 people coming in and out. I know the old people aren't gonna be coming in and out as frequently, but there's gonna be certainly an increased number of traffic there. That's gonna be very noticeable.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is the last comments for public. Any other comments for public? Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Getz, 199 Woodbury Road. I also wanted to comment, there was Ms. Slattery had mentioned that there would be no additional lights on the exterior of the building, which is incorrect because you were having fog lights installed, which would be very visible from my property, my very small sliver of a property there. In addition, the 12 people that are going to be there during the day are getting dropped off and picked up every day. 12 people, that's 24 times people are getting dropped off or picked up, and that's not counting for the staff or the clients that are staying overnight. So, I mean, it's Route 6. It's not a good situation. It's unsafe. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Last comment from the public. Last comments. One more, ma'am. Please state your name and address, please.
Carolyn Bader, 57 Avalon Avenue, Oakville. I think the main thing what I'm hearing today is the safety concern. Route 6 is a state highway. The group homes that I'm thinking of right now in Watertown, Highland Avenue, Buckwheat Hill, Candy Hill Road, guess what? Not one is on a state highway, not one. And the group homes on Highland Avenue and Buckwheat Hill Avenue have at least 6 cars in the driveway all day long. I go on those streets every day. Now, the one on Candy Hill Road, that piece of property is much bigger, and so you don't realize that there's 6 cars and there's plenty of room. I think Attorney Pillacy is a little deceptive in saying that you wouldn't know a group home was there, because you most certainly would. And as far as the Taft homes that now are housing students, those are students living there. They're going into the main hall for their dining. They're not having cars come in and out every day because those are dorms and they're used to sleeping. There's no comparison with the Taft homes to what you want to put in this house. And again, I've been in that house, I've seen pictures. I don't see how anyone could put a group home in there. There's so much property. Go on Middlebury Road, the O'Reilly property. It's right on about 3 houses up from Buckwheat Hill. They have a big piece of property, 3-car garage. This should not go in on a state highway, and I agree with all the people in the neighborhood that said that the zoning should not be changed for this commercial endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the public? Last call. Anyone else from the public? Anyone else from the public? Okay, applicant, last chance here. Any other comments?
No additional comments other than to just, again, emphasize that this is a zoning text change to allow seniors to have the same protections that are already built into the regulations for the groups, homes, and the daycares and other similar groups that are non-seniors. And again, this class of individual is a protected class under Federal Fair Housing Act statutes and under Connecticut Fair Housing statutes. And I believe that those statutes supersede zoning, and those statutes tell us that you have to provide protections for those types of classes of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I believe we have an opportunity to close the public hearing first. Am I correct? First, we can close the public hearing on the petition to amend. I will need a motion, and that is number 2 on our agenda. Do I have a motion?
I move to close the public.
Okay, the motion has been made by Commissioner Antonizzi. Do I have a second?
I second it,
Commissioner Duva seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention? Hearing none. Petition to amend Section 37. The hearing is closed. Now we will go to site plan permit, because these were jointly discussed as a part of the hearing. I will need a motion to close the site plan special permit number 2021-03 for a senior home and adult care.
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Motion has been made. Who made that
Dave
motion? Oh, do I have a second?
I second it, Lou Cavallo.
Thank you.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention? Hearing none. Motion is carried unanimously. Moving on, let us go to the next item on the agenda. Planned
Excuse me,
site.
Mr. Antonetti, I'm sorry. For the next item, for Alan Borghese, is that correct?
Yes.
I believe there are people waiting outside. I don't know how many, so I'm not sure if some of these people
Okay.
have to
Could
go out and
you,
come back. I will go find out.
Could you ask that they come in?
Yep.
Go quick recess.
No recess, no. But let's stay. We have another group coming in on the next item on there.
I'm looking for a thermostat.
Site plan for a
I don't know if it's centrally controlled.
Echo Lake Road.
Is it? It's just cold.
I might follow you.
My wife had told me, she's like, you should bring your own AC. I'll be
Yes.
fine.
Jessel can,
Yeah.
Attorney Jessel, good night. Are you finished?
Okay. Yeah. I don't think yeah. It is, it's cold. Oh, yeah. There's a lot going on.
Let's see, 9:30 from 6:30.
3 hours.
And we still have quite a bit to
Put
go.
that on the clock.
Should we, delay next week?
Right? Yeah, I heard back in the day, they used to go, wait.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so that's it. I brought my coat.
The tough part
Yeah,
is you
that
have-
was smart.
The tough part is you have to come,
I'm bringing my snowsuit next week, or next month.
right? The tough part is you have to come.
Yeah.
No, I'm good, thank you.
You know, I'm gonna stretch my legs. Yeah. Oh, my arm. 5-minute recess.
I guess.
Everybody else did it, we're doing it. Oh, my God.
Mark, you cold?
Yes,
Yes. You better get up and move.
jumping jacks.
You know, I was gonna tell you, from now on, when we have these late meetings, you should have at least fluffy animals.
This is, I was saying, this is.
Take it out of your budget.
This is a little unusual. I mean, I suppose 3 public hearings with a lot of talk. I know.
Yes, Mr. Borghese. Oh, no, it's Mike.
Yes, Mr. Mike.
We have a limit of 8 mics, I'm finding out.
Oh.
8 can be on at the same time.
I see, that's the
Jenny
issue.
might take it on public. That is the issue.
Well, now we know.
We could share a couple.
Yeah. Well, just shut your mic off when you're not speaking, that's all.
Yeah. You could try it. It's a lot of work, I know that, I got a spare.
I'd always turn mine off when I'm not using it.
Yeah.
That's what you should do.
Yep.
That was where the instructions we were given day one. That's what those plastic things say right there.
Yeah.
They say turn your mic off when you're not using it.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit of administration work. I wish we could leave it on. I'll talk to
Here you go.
the vendor on that. We should have.
Yeah,
That's right.
you can't control the AC.
Want to go in?
Yeah.
How's it sweaters on?
Jeez, really? You get my Christmas sweater? Huh?
I go lower.
Nice guy.
Moose that we had.
Like what? She complained. She said it was so cold. Oh, yeah.
Mike, can you make it a little warmer in here? Why not? Huh? No, some of the people are saying they're very cold.
It's cold.
Oh, how?
Freezing my ass.
Yeah, well, Richard has to do, turn up, we'll get you turn it up a little. Kitchen, like a commercial kitchen. The house is nice.
Yes, sir. Let me turn this off. I don't know how to turn it off.
Recording stopped.
It is cold.
Well, it's in a sense of, we don't have them.
Let me see, is that the one? Oh, that's, is that the house?
Should have sent you to my house for a jacket.
Yeah, that's the house. Can we turn it up a little bit? Turn
Is
up
there,
the-
I got sweatshirts in my car. Does anybody want a sweatshirt?
Only if it says complete.
It actually says nothing on it. Yeah. They're only mediums though.
Forget it.
I'm kidding. I think the large is.
Can't do it.
Wheelchair accessible,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the old days. We got it like twice a month.
Let's do it same.
No back door, we gotta go out this.
You're gonna have those
Where is Mark? Mark is here. Everybody else? No. Mr. Commissioner Duva?
They'll be right here. They're just getting a glass of water.
We found water and they're very happy.
Okey dokey.
Mr. Borghese, are you ready? Good. Everybody, let's get in here, guys. I'd like to call the commission back to order, and tonight we have on item number 4 on our agenda, site plan special permit number 2021-2 from Alan Borghese for construction of an 8,100 square foot building for the convenience store with fuel sales, primarily use retail, possible food sales at a intersection of Echo Lake Road, Buckingham Street, Watertown, Connecticut, map number 103, block 96, located lot C in a BMG zoning district to be known as the Watertown Farm Service Center. Mr. Borghese, all yours.
Yes, my name is Alan Borghese. I'm an engineer working with Borghese Building and Engineering Company.
Microphone, please.
Microphone.
I'm sorry, please?
Bring your mic over to you, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
That's better, yes.
I'm sorry. Again, my name is Alan Borghese, Chairman of Borghese Building and Engineering. I'm a registered civil engineer. What we're here to talk about and propose is a construction of a gasoline station and 2 related stores, retail stores, on a site on the corner of Echo Lake, Buckingham, and Route 262. This is a 4.8 acre site. It's actually been approved, I believe, before for a restaurant. I have a set of drawings that is indicated that this site was developed for a restaurant and one other use in the past years. And it was identified as being an excellent site for this gasoline facility. And I have heard a lot of comments. I was very pleased about it, that people are saying this is really ideal. It's a great spot for not only the local residents, but the local businesses that could use a facility like this. The building we're proposing is about 8,000 square feet, of which half of it will be used for the gasoline facility. The owners are from Tennessee. They approached me and they asked me what would be the most conducive looking building for this facility, and we provided a colonial building with a very nice image and a canopy for the gasoline pumps. It's kind of interesting because Route 262, the state has granted this site an entrance on Route 262, and we utilize this. The entrance allowance for use is 100-foot wide, and that's our lower entry, that if you see up on the drawing on the easel. There is no entry at all on Buckingham Street, but there is an entry on Echo Lake Road. Now, both of these entries we've kept in excess of 400 feet away from the intersection. It allows plenty of distance for stacking, and it's kind of interesting because when I approached the Wetlands Board for the entry on Echo Lake Road, we actually pushed the entry a little bit closer to Buckingham, but the Wetlands Commission said, you know, at that point, right now, there's a hydrant there, and let's push it just a little bit further away from the intersection, which actually gave me a better turning radius and better sloping capability for access to the site. The site is actually quite well developed. On the upper left corner, if you see there, there's a blue area. That is not a wetlands. That is an area for detention. The wetlands on this site is to the right of the site and a man-made wetlands toward the lower left side of the site. All of the drainage of the entire site goes into that detention pond I have, and it'll fully develop the runoff so it does not exceed the present runoff of the development as it is presently. Both entrances, Echo Lake Road and Route 262, will be full entry. And the sightline distances from those entries is entirely at least 600 feet and 800 and more feet at the exit on Route 262. So it is a very safe location for its use and meets all the criteria, both the state and the town. We are waiting right now for approval from the Wetlands Commission. We needed some documents for approval. We're hoping to get it at the next meeting. And therefore, this meeting will not be adjourned. It'll be voted to continue, from what I understand, until we get the wetlands approval. The site has 6 gasoline pumps on one single canopy. It will have obviously a diesel, regular gas, and high-test gas at those pumps. And it's a very clean, simple layout. I'd like to answer any questions that the commission or the audience would like to present to us.
Do we have any questions from commissioners?
Through the chair?
Yes. Your mic on.
Yep, sorry. Thank you. The entrance on 262, is that in and out?
That's two-way intersection, that's correct.
And
In and out.
from both lanes?
That's correct. That entrance, by the way, will have to go to the state DOT for their permits also. So we will have one more set of regulations in order to get that approved.
What's the speed zone there? Is it knocked down to 35 by that point, or is it still?
The speed limit on the road there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I do not know that.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Any other questions? Yes,
Through the
Commissioner.
chair, Commissioner Reyes, the entrance and exit there on 262, is that where where is that in relation to where the lane collapses into one lane? The 2 lanes collapse into one. As you go up 262, the lanes collapse and then they open back up again.
When you say collapse, define that in better, Ray, please. You mean narrow down?
Well, yeah, there's 2 lanes going
Yep.
up Route 262, and at one point, they collapse into 1 lane, and then it opens up again at the stoplight to 2 lanes again.
We are at that point.
Go
At
ahead,
that
sir.
point, according to my drawings, and I don't have an aerial photograph of the striping out there presently, I believe that is 2 lanes at that point.
Where that is?
Yep.
Okay. With the.
I'll check that for the next meeting.
Is it, Mr. Borghese, is it intended that they can exit from the 262 onto, exit onto 262 and take a left-hand turn going back down towards Route 8 across the highway, across the road?
The intent here is a full turn, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Just a question, you are before inland wetlands, and you already have presented a soil resource consultant study. Do you see any problems with the wetlands right now, or do you see that it's moving forward?
I don't anticipate any problems at all. I think it'll be positive.
So after their next meeting, that can come before us?
That's correct.
Right. Okay, thank you. We'll have a hearing at that time, right, Mark?
Correct.
Correct.
Through the chair, one question.
Sure.
Do they have any other gas stations in town, or is this the only one? Is this the only project they're doing, or do they own other gas stations in town?
This company?
Yes.
They actually are intending to buy 5 sites in Connecticut. We passed last month a site in Torrington, Connecticut, my hometown, without any controversy. This is the 2nd site, and there's 3 other sites coming.
Right, but they don't currently own a
They
gas
own
station
none.
that's operating in town.
It's kind of interesting talking to these people. There's 2 brothers, and one of them actually is moving to Connecticut to manage the stations in Connecticut. And it's a company that has 33 gas stations, I understand presently.
Because I had noticed on Litchfield Road going into Litchfield that Sickle changed hands and it says it's Watertown Farms, and I didn't know if these guys were involved in purchasing that or remodeling that gas station.
My opinion is no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question
Yes.
through the chair.
Commissioner?
This is BMG, correct? So if I'm not wrong, I might be, but I don't think so. A certain percentage of this building has to be for medical sales or medical use of some sort. Is that correct?
I am not aware of that, and I will check on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because I see 3 storefronts. I'm assuming the big one's the gas station's convenience store. Could almost assume the one on the left it has a drive-through, so it's got to be some kind of coffee shop.
Excuse me,
And then
Ken,
the
so
middle
you know
one.
this, we don't intend to put a drive-through, it's not allowed by zoning, but we may come back and show that. We have had a drive there showing that,
Okay.
but it's not the intention at this point.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Do you have any intentions? I know you said that the drive-through isn't the intention, but do you have any clue of what may go into those locations?
Yeah, actually, I chatted with the owner, and I said to him, what kind of stores do you typically have in these places? And he says, believe it or not, one of the most popular of a user is a hairdressing salon. He said, we have dry cleaning establishments, we have package stores, we have people that sell cigarettes and that sort of thing, so it's a diversity. But it seems like his biggest user is a hairdresser, which surprised me completely.
That is interesting. One other thing, any intentions of putting any, with the shift to electric cars, any electric chargers in there?
Put on what, please?
Electric chargers for cars?
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Not only electric charge, but a generator also.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you. I guess that's about it, sir. Right, Mark?
You have a public hearing, so you'll be hearing from public,
Right.
I suppose.
Do we have anybody from the public here?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'd like to ask a question.
Would you come up to the mic, please? Thank you. State your name and address.
Yes. Ron Blanchard, Booth Avenue. I'm very concerned, to pick up on what Commissioner Antonacci said and regarding the 2 lanes coming westbound on 262. If you have entrance and departure from the gas station on 262, people going in the opposite direction, train going down the hill, will have to cut across 2 lanes of traffic. It's my experience, because I travel that road thousands of times, coming up the road, they're racing one another to see who's going to get to that single lane first. That happens daily, 24 hours a day. So I'd be very concerned with that entrance. If you make it an entrance, you could make it just an exit, but through the chair, are you planning on 24-hour-a-day operation, or are there hours limited?
Can I answer this?
Sure.
Right now, the intention is not to have 24-hour service. And just to answer your other question about the access.
Speak into the mic. Sit next to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a mic that should be on there.
Yeah, it is on.
Yep.
To answer your first question, is the access to Route 62 is going to be governed by the state of Connecticut. They will make a decision if the entrance is safe or not safe. And to be very candid with you, they have the sole ability to deny or accept this entry. And to make it a single direction or full turn. The second thing is this gas station is not intended to be a 24-hour gas station. No, it's intended to be operating about 16 hours a day. This is the same thing we said in Torrington.
So 16 hours a day, what hours would that be?
That would be 6 o'clock in the morning until, well, I have to add it up, so, in the evening hours. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd be concerned, Watertown Crossing is opposite 262 from this proposed location. I'd be concerned about light pollution. I'd be concerned about noise pollution. It will increase the traffic tremendously because people traveling on Route 8 are always looking for a gas station going north or south. So of course, there'll be signs out there directing them to this location. I'd be concerned with the light pollution because during the months of October to usually May, there's no leaves on the trees behind all the condominiums, and the light from the gas station would obviously come across the street. You want me to give all my concerns, then he can address them, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we'd like to know, some of the residents would like to know, would you consider a noise wall on the south side of 262, something that would prevent all these new trucks and cars that will be coming? I mean, you've got UPS, you've got FedEx, you've got Crystal Rock, all these other trucks that would be coming there to get their gas. And then you'd be bringing in all these other trucks off of Route 8. And we have a problem right now with the Jake brakes on all these big trucks that come in, dump trucks and tractor trailers, slowing down for that intersection. So that would increase that quite a bit. My other concern is 56 spaces you're requesting for cars. 56, I mean, is this going to be an airport, or is it just going to be a gas station? Why 56 cars? Excuse me. Another concern is the environment and wildlife. I'm a certified master wildlife conservationist from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and also a master naturalist certified by the Connecticut Audubon. I'm concerned about the wildlife, the deer, the fox, rabbits, bear, possum, raccoons, the raptors that all frequent and live in that property. And if it's built, a gas station on a large parking lot and a large 8,000 square foot building, I'm concerned that's going to drive them all across the street into our backyards. I don't really want to dine with the bears and the other animals as well, but that's just an environmental thing. There's 9 other gas stations in Water Oak, 9 other gas stations. Do we need another one? We've got a lot of banks, we've got churches, pizza places coming out of our ears, pharmacies. Do we need another gas station in Water Oak? I say we don't need it, and we don't want it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Any other comment?
Would you like first or
Public. Public. In the back, there's 1, 2 people. Number 1 in the front, and then number 2 in the back. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ann Golombieski. Carol, I'll spell that for you. Goly, M as in Mary, B as in boy, Ieski. I am also at 37 Booth Avenue, and this is pretty much a reiteration of what Ron has already stated. But I've written it down. I will read it and submit it to you if you'd like when I'm done. I also have a written letter from another person who lives at the condo who could not be here tonight. I will submit it to you, but not read it. Okay, we stand obviously in opposition to what's being proposed. The main street of Oakville, Watertown has 5 gas stations. Number 6 is at the end of Buckingham Street on Route 6 with a convenience store. Number 7 is less than a mile from Mary Magdalene Church before the plaza with Mario's Pizza. Number 8 is at the end of Bunker Hill Road. With the government pushing electric or hybrid cars, do we really need another gas station? The town has a large drive-in Starbucks and a drive-in Dunkin' Donuts, as well as McDonald's and Burger King for coffee, plus restaurants. Do we really need any other drive-up coffee shops? I'm told the Sealy project, we heard tonight, wanted to add more storefronts. This project will have stores connected to the gas station, In an era when people do so much shopping online, storefronts go empty, do we really need more stores? Buckingham Street has 3 schools on it, 2 churches, multiple businesses, elderly and private housing, and is used to bypass Main Street from Route 6 to Main Street in Oakville, so it's already heavily traveled. Route 262 is 4-lane state road, which is a direct exit from Route 8. It provides access to the very busy UPS and FedEx businesses. Echo Lake Road has many industrial buildings from top to bottom, and now with the Uncommon Grill building, it's very difficult trying to access Buckingham Street. The elderly housing entrance is just above, and the elementary school is just below this intersection, which has had more than its share of dangerous accidents. I realize that Mr. Morghese wants to build here and make money. I realize that the owner of the property wants to sell and make money. I realize that the town would like to increase its tax base and make money. But have the town planners and developers considered what's best for the homeowners and taxpayers? They will suffer more traffic, noise pollution, light pollution, air pollution, loss of valuable wetlands area, and possibly tax dollars. If there is a spill, who will ultimately be responsible for cleanup and mitigation of an inadvertent spill? Once open functioning wetlands are lost, they may not be able to be reclaimed. All open wetlands help the environment. The vegetation, the trees help with clean air. The soils and wetlands help hold and slowly filter water for better groundwater. Not all wetlands are wet, but they all help to protect areas from flooding and erosion. Has the commission done its due diligence before giving up 1.5 acres of pervious land and huge trees and the peace and quiet of that land that needs no tending and only does good for the environment and taxpayers who will be badly impacted by losing this land to one big parking lot with lots of traffic? Thank you.
Thank you. You say you had other letters you're going to submit?
No, just one other from one of the other people who live at the condo.
Could you state the name of that person and address?
This is from Mike Ginorfrio, and he is also Michael Ginorfrio, 37 Booth Avenue.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the public? Yes, sir. Would you please come forward?
David Mangle, 240 Riverside Street, Oakville. You want to build this gas station on Bunker Hill? What's the setback for a gas station from a public school? Is there any zoning regulations?
No.
Nothing. If you ever had a problem with a fire, you got the kids, think about it, you know? You want to jam this town up, Richard. I don't know what it is. Build this, build that. Leave some open space. The guy across the street got the Common Grill. The doctor owns the building. How would you like to build a gas station across the street from yours? The people go over there for privacy to sit down, have a meal, and this and that. You got to look at a gas station across the street? Not right. You're getting things too much encroachment. Crowding things together. You got to leave some open spaces. Right there, you got a pump station too that feeds Echo Lake Road up the Park Road. The Zappones put in it back in the 70s. So I would think about it. Why the guy across the street with the business, with the restaurant and all the people there, and you got to build a gas station across the street? That don't make no sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak? Yes. Second time, I believe.
Yes. Thank you. Just for clarification,
My understanding was that you were disapproved by inland wetlands. Is that not correct?
They have not voted yet.
Oh, they haven't voted yet.
Right.
Okay.
They
And
have a
this-
study by a person that is doing a environmental impact.
Okay, great, thank you. And my other question is to go what Commissioner Demers said about the medical. I think that has to be looked into and verified. If that is in fact necessary, then we know that part of it has to be some kind of a medical facility. Okay, thank you again.
One more in the back in the corner. Yes, sir, come on forward. Please state your name and address.
Vinginetto, 38 Breezy Knoll Drive, Watertown. I am one of the owners of Echo Lake Commons across the street. And quite frankly, we don't have much of an issue with this, but I need some clarification. I think that the zoning commission needs to work on some of the regulations that are stated in the BMG zone, which I believe, unless I'm wrong, you need some text amendment change to this, but whatever we do, I would like that to carry throughout the entire BMG zone and not just this one portion of that property or one portion of that zone. Because at present, it says for special permit requirements, it says you can use special permit for medical transportation, veterinary hospital, child daycare centers, and telecommunication facilities. And for retail, it says that you can use stores or shops for the conduct of retail business, primarily for medical purposes. So I don't think it should be restricted to that, by the way, or actually, if it is restricted to that, then the applicant has, to look at that and see what those leases would be. But if not, then you need to make a text amendment to allow for something other than primarily medical use, which my only concern, it's not a concern, I think it should be carried to the remainder of the property or the remainder of the BMG zone, which we still own property there as well, behind Echo Lake Commons. I think it's a great place, personally, I think it's a great place for a gas station and convenience store. But once again, look at the zone regulations, and I think some changes are necessary there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the public? Any other comments? Any other comments? Okay, your last crack here, Mr. Borghese.
I'll take a few minutes to address that first gentleman's questions. Again, the access on Route 262 is entirely under the jurisdiction of the state of Connecticut, I believe. He mentioned the fact that people from Route 8 will come up this site looking for gas, and I doubt, and I think we all doubt very much, somebody from Route 8 would actually go out of their way to go to this gas station. A gas station access is something of convenience, and I am quite certain I can state that nobody's going to drive all the way from Route 8 up to the site looking at it for a gas station. The question came up about light pollution. All the lights on a facility like this are full cutoff lights. What does that mean? Somebody that doesn't understand that. The light is meant to not show beyond the property line with any intensity. And we did a photometric, they call it a photometric, of the site and the lighting here, and the lighting will not pollute the adjacent neighbors. Why do we show 56 cars? Actually, I showed 56 cars. We don't feel we needed 56 cars. In fact, after a discussion with the Wetlands Board, we eliminated 5 of those. They said to us, show them for future or don't show them at all, and we ended up just eliminating them from the plan. But we're trying to come as close to meeting the zoning requirements for retail as is required by the regulations. And to be very candid with you, I agree with you that this probably is overparked, but it is part of the requirements of zoning regulations. It's interesting because we're talking about wildlife. The only impact I have on the wetlands in this site, and my first presentation at the Wetlands Commission was none, is they asked me to shift the driveway on Echo Lake Road over to miss the hydrant and said they'd like to keep that hydrant there. So we actually niched a very small part of the upper right of the site on the entrance to Echo Lake. There is no impact on the wetlands on this entire development. And this development is actually quite modest in what is allowed by the zoning regulations on a site like this. So we are not like pushing the animals out of the wetlands, pushing them out of the site. This is actually quite a modest development. The building size is very modest. So that is not fact. And also, there was a mention about the distance. Well, obviously, the neighbor across the street with a nice restaurant, the Uncommon Grill, is happy with this facility, so he didn't find objection to it. It's actually the setback distances from the building and the asphalt here are quite substantial and exceed the regulation from the property lines. A different development could be put here with buildings a lot closer than the building we're producing and providing. And it's on my statistics here. I won't read it out loud because it's not that meaningful, but it's substantially greater than the requirements of the zoning regulations. So I really think that this project does meet all the regulations, that this project is an asset to the community. I don't think it's us to judge whether a gas station is needed on this site and there's other ones down the street or not. That's an owner's decision, and it really, they are convinced. And when I was actually waiting for this meeting to start outside, people came over to me and said, you know, this gas station site at this location is really an asset to the community and needed out in that area. So I will reserve comment and say that the need of a gas station is probably a real need, and the new owners have decided that there's a valid need here. I think that ends my presentation.
Thank you. Final statement is done. I believe we can table this particular matter at this time, correct, Marty? I will call for a motion to table. Mark, you going to table this?
We're going to make a motion to continue it, no?
Yes.
To continue the public
You're
hearing?
going to continue, you're going to continue
have a
the public
motion?
hearing.
I'll make the motion to continue site plan special permit 2021-02, item 4, to the next meeting, which would be
September 4th.
September 4th? First, I'm sorry, September 1st. Not sure where it'll be, whether we'll be virtual or live or whatever.
Motion has been made.
Seconded, Dave Pope.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention. Hearing none, motion is carried unanimous. Now a motion to table. Yep, all done.
You're good.
Moving on.
There you
We
go.
are moving to
Articles on the agenda.
articles on agenda. The following one is dealing with Sealy property. Where's Attorney Pillis? Is he here? Oh, there he is. Good. No. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to roll. Let's keep it moving. Articles on the agenda. Attorney Franklin Pilacy, take the seat, please. For a text amendment and a map revision to create the Sealy Oakville Center Plan Development District in accordance with Section 62 zoning regulation. Attorney Pilacy, ready to go. We have to now discuss, gentlemen. What are your thoughts on this particular one? We do have before us a resolution. Everybody have that resolution in front of them? There was a lot of comment on it. Who would like to lead off with some discussion on it? We have a total resolution, which I think has incorporated a lot of ideas of the public, especially ideas from those abutters, especially for those who are concerned with the development. Any comments? There was some change that we would want to see, especially on Henry Street, if I remember. And that was Commissioner Antonizzi. What did you want to add on that?
I think Commissioner DeVito wants to say something.
Pardon me?
I seem to think his mask on.
I'm sorry, you cannot speak with your mask on. You have to speak into the mic. I'm sorry, because the people can't hear you.
Right, Commissioner.
Yeah, I wanted to get a feel how the other commissioners felt about the drive-throughs. That's been something that came up quite a bit tonight.
Any comments?
Anybody?
The commissioner is asking, do you have any feelings about the drive-through? The way it appears now, they are not going to go out onto Main Street. They are not going to go out directly onto any major road there. They're going to be all internal. Any problems? I don't hear any noise.
So through the chair,
Yes.
we're all assuming a drive-through is going to be a restaurant, when in essence, it could be a couple of other types of applications, right? Bank. I'm okay with the drive-through. As long as it doesn't, as these are written, it doesn't get accessed from the main road, and it's within the complex. I'm okay with it.
Right now, there is no, I guess there was fear raised that it was going to be some sort of restaurant. I think it was at Economic Development where there were talk of chicken fillet, or what some woman was saying, who was it, what are some of the other fast foods? Wendy's, yes. Right now, we don't know, even if there is going to be any type of drive-through. So, yeah, I think there's fear, and one of the things that always motivates opposition to something is those potential fear. What is going to happen? We don't know. And we've heard the developers say, right now, we don't have anybody there. But we know what is there now. Every person on this commission, I've gone over there. I see a big slab of cement. I see a field that's high with grass. I see poor people that have to look at this on Henry Street. It's horrible. And you want to continue this for another 30 years? It's 30 years this has been like this. Maybe that's what Watertown likes. Maybe that's what Watertown likes to live with. Is this what the commission is concerned with? Why we are discussing this matter? There is no point of order, sorry. There is no point of order. What? I can't hear you. Speak up.
You're not supposed to tell us what your feelings
We are discussing it.
What your feelings are.
No, it's not my feelings.
You
It's
have
what
no
I see.
feelings?
It is what I
Good.
see, so
Don't
please.
tell us, please.
You've had your chance. Now it's my chance.
But not to tell your feelings.
It is not my feeling. I'm looking at a piece of property, 30 years. Now, the poor people on Henry Street, the poor people on Henry Street have to look at that property.
Right here, all of these right here. Poor people, they're not poor. And you're
I said they have to look at it.
very insulting.
I'm not going to discuss it with you.
Okay, you don't have to.
So,
But they actually look at it, and guess what? They'd rather that than a McDonald's. I can tell you that right now. They'd rather that. A drive-through would allow anything, and you're right, we don't know what's going to go in there.
we don't.
Therefore, once you approve it, you can't stop it. It's there.
I'm going to ask you to leave because you're disrupting the meeting.
That's fine.
All right, you're not bothering no one.
Okay. Can we continue our discussion? So, members of the commission, we have to deal with this element of fear. What is going to happen? What is going to take place? Will it be a Wendy's? Will it be 30 years more of a vacant piece of property? This is something we have to look at. When we talk about property, the whole town is impacted with property. Not only do we represent that immediate area in Oakville, but we also represent the whole town of Watertown. The commission is concerned with Watertown and Oakville. And what is the future for Oakville and for Watertown? So the commissioners, I think, have to look at that.
I would like to.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? I can't hear.
Commissioner Ray Antonesi, I do have some concerns about a drive-through restaurant, right? This is a good application in all the other respects, okay? And I do believe the developers want to do a nice job, okay? I think it would be an asset to the community. I understand everybody's concerned about a drive-through, and I do share that concern about a drive-through restaurant. And that's my only reservation on this. So I just want to explain that, say that. Okay.
Any other comments from commissioners? Any other comments? Then I guess we're ready to vote if there is no other comments. Any other comments? I'm in order for a motion to accept or reject. Do I have a motion?
Through the chair. Rich, did we talked about making a change here where we were going to pull out some verbiage. Is that verbiage in this draft motion?
We also, we're going to talk about adding Henry Street for landscaping
Right.
purposes, okay? We have to do that.
Mark, is there a place where we could add the landscaping for Henry Street?
There is, Mr. Chair. It's simply added to the, let me find it, to the under standards on page 3J, insert Henry Street into the list that of Hillside Avenue and Ball Farm Road.
So confusing with these two separate.
So it would be inserted there.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else any commissioner would like to add?
Nothing from me.
I do have a question through the chair as well. We still have the right, if this does get approved, for the final site plan on how that will look. Is that correct? Mark?
Yes, we inserted language that talks, so there is a approval of what's called a master plan / site plan. So the master plan is supposed to give the commission the total look of the site. We inserted language that talks about even architectural type details, so you can get a adequate, concept, master plan, site plan shall be presented to the commission showing the general intent of the proposal. The commission shall review and approve the complete master plan, which will contain all concepts and details stated herein. And then it goes on, A through N.
Mark, does that also include the traffic study on how that would impact that area?
Yes, it does.
I'm sorry.
Lou Cavallo, sorry.
Sorry. You said, can you repeat what you said?
If the master plan also included a traffic study?
I believe that it does.
Correct. Are you sure?
Standards.
Letter J.
Jay?
Thank you.
Traffic impact analysis.
Yes, there we go, traffic impact analysis.
Right. Jay. Any other comments?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Mark, how like far-reaching is that review? Like, say they did drop a big box store in there, and then 3 drive-throughs. Can we say, no, 3 is too many? Or that store is too big for that area?
The extent of review, the site plan, the commission, the regulations are, in reference to site plan, are probably much more extensive than ordinarily. I think, remember, I mentioned that special permit is a public hearing process unique to a particular site. What you're approving, though, is a master plan, site plan. So as long as the development fits generally within the parameters of what you're approving, then you're really bound to approve that site plan. The standard in the bar is I guess, lower in the fact that you would have to really find that there is a significant deviation from the intent of the plan in order to reject an application.
Right.
The commission could find that, and the commission could go out for using that scenario, go out for a traffic analysis and ask for very specific detail from that consultant with regards to, the amount of traffic. And if you find that the traffic is really excessive in terms of what the intent of the plan is, then you could conceivably deny the plan. But am I using the right term? It's a lower bar. It's really a lower bar than a special permit. A special permit is a much higher bar in favor of the commission.
Right, understood.
Okay.
So essentially, the site review is more the details of it, not the actual content of what will be there. It's more about how it'll look.
Not as much, right? The site plan is presented, and it's like, okay, it fits within the overall scope of what has been approved, and you're really bound to say, yes, unless you find some real extenuating circumstances.
Okay.
Through the chair,
Yes.
is there possibility here that there can be, is there a possibility here that there would be more than one drive-through restaurant on this site?
Yes, there is.
Possibility.
As I mentioned previously, so at the very, any permitted use that allows a drive-through could conceivably have one on the property. Stores or shops for the conduct of retail business with drive-through, restaurants with drive-through, banks with drive-through.
I'm asking about restaurant, I mean specifically more than one restaurant drive-through.
Again, there's no, I don't think there's any limit on that.
Okay. All right, I would recommend that we amend to allow just only one, if we're gonna have a restaurant drive-through, to limit it to one. Of course, the commission has to make the decision, that's my thought on it.
Commissioner Antonizzi, again, when we start talking this whole thing, what is possible? Right now, we don't even know there are going to be drive-through restaurants. There is nothing in front of us. What you're asking, could there be? All things could be, but will there be? We don't know. But we will have an opportunity when those sites come in to say no.
I don't believe that's the case. I believe that the way regulations, the way it's written, if they could come in with more than one restaurant drive-through. And when we write a regulation, it's our obligation to, good faith is one thing, but being in writing is our obligation, our duty, our fiduciary duty here to you know, when we approve any kind of a zone change. So that's why I made this recommendation. I would like to see this go. I know the developers want to have the right to have a drive-through, and it's going to be interior. So I'm willing to make that compromise, but I would like to limit it to one. Okay?
Is that your motion?
That's my motion to amend this resolution, and also to amend the resolution for Henry Street, to add that to page 3, section J, I believe it is.
Section J.
Yes, Henry Street. Just add Henry, Hillside Avenue, Ball Farm Road, and Henry Street.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Motion has been made and seconded.
May I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Mr. Antonisi, are you, just to clarify, is that just one drive-through?
No, one restaurant drive-through.
One restaurant drive-through.
Right,
Thank you.
limited to the one restaurant drive-through.
Would that be a fast food or a regular restaurant?
I'm not going to limit it any farther than that.
Okay, just one
Yes.
restaurant.
Yeah, this doesn't make a distinction between fast food and sit-down,
It's a restaurant, right?
a restaurant.
That is the motion. Do I have a second? Did you second it?
I did.
The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Do you,
Abstention.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to do a roll call, just to be clear?
No, on this matter, we'll just, this is just amending.
Oh, this is just the amendment.
Right.
Okay.
Excuse me, and who made the second? Thank you.
We're just amending.
I got you.
Motion is carried unanimously. Any other discussion? I'd just like to mention that this matter of this particular development, Economic Development Commissioner, our chairman of the Commission of Economic Development, did send a letter in support of this particular development, and also, I believe, had testimony from the staff of that. There was also support from Jack Traver, a member of the CD Economic Development Commission. We also have that letter tonight that we did receive from the Watertown Oakville Chamber, who supported this fully, and actually, the letter supports the three developers who are doing this as credible people in doing a sound development. So we have letters of support in any kind of decision we would make favorably. I think, is there any other comment? Is there any other comment from members of the commission? Then we are prepared to vote. We have a resolution amended before us. Do I have a motion on this resolution before us?
I move that the motion be, to go forward and we vote on it.
To vote on it?
Yep.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We'll do a roll call vote on this particular matter.
Yes, and I'm sorry, who was the second?
The second was
The
Ken
Demirs.
Demirs.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Richard Antonetti.
Yes.
Mr. Antonacci?
Yes.
Ken Demirs?
Yes.
Dan DeVito?
Yes.
Dave Pope?
Yes.
Lou Cavallo?
Yes.
Joe Duva?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion is carried unanimously. Hearing no objections, all those in favor. Okay, let's go to our next matter, was the adult daycare.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Rich, as always, I recuse myself from this application, but I'm sitting here. I'm not getting up. It's too dangerous out there.
All right. So noted that Commissioner Demirs is invisible. All right, we have this matter before us. Yeah, why don't you go in the back room?
I'm good right here.
Go in the back room.
If you say so. Dark back there.
There's a light
Take one now.
on the wall on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, it's locked.
Gosh,
Stuck with me.
Dan.
We'll have a cookie in the back.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right. Any discussion? We've had a lot of discussion on this particular matter. Where are we at here?
Mike, thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
DeVito. So I'm a little bit concerned, actually a lot of bit concerned, that this affects every residential home throughout the town. I know it's a change, I know that daycare is allowed, but changing it to adult daycare, it's not only during the day, it's people that are residing there, it's visitors, it's staff, and this would allow it to happen in any neighborhood throughout town. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments? I too agree with you on that, being one of those senior citizens that I would have probably one day be having access to one of those homes. But I don't know if this property is the type of property that one would find suited in that particular neighborhood. I think the property is too small, 0.95 acres. There seems to be definitely problems with the amount of automobiles that are going to be moving in and out throughout the day. The character of the neighborhood. I know if I was living in the neighborhood, I would have, I think, a problem with traffic. And I would like to see something of that nature, but maybe in a different part of our town. It's not that I would be opposed to this type of development. Senior daycare is really, it is needed, as with child daycare is needed. And this is zoned for child daycare, but this would be an addition, but creates a, I think, a greater problem for the neighborhood. So I, too, would have difficulty in both of these proposals. Any other comments? Are we ready to vote on petition for amending Section 37 zoning regulations, group daycare at this time? That's number 1 or 2 on our agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, just make a comment. I mean, the staff's opinion is that the text amendments just put senior daycare on the same footing as child daycare and group homes. So that's a fix to the or an update to the regulations. I mean, they're allowed, a child daycare or a group daycare home is allowed by right in any, not by right in any residential zone, at any rate with a special permit. So we're viewing that as updating the regulations. The issues with regards to the site plan special permit, I guess we could, discuss separately, but it's just my thought on that. The senior home. Right, that's true. It's a good point.
What do you think?
That's a good point. Right, you have, as I stand corrected, previously approved the senior daycare. This is adding the senior homes definition to the regulations. So you have in the past approved the senior daycare, adult daycare, we put it that way.
So what are you saying, Mark? That we cannot deny it?
Well, I just wanted to point that out. Taking it one step at a time, right? The text amendment is just to add senior homes. The daycare, you've already approved the adult daycare portion of it.
Through the chair, Mark, can you tell us the difference between the group daycare and the senior homes by definition? What that entails difference?
I think, that's a good question. The group,
Senior home and adult daycare as versus a group daycare and child daycare. And it's adding senior home. So we don't want to add the senior home.
Yeah, I think.
One has to do with daycare, the other has to do with residential.
Living.
right, that's I think in a nutshell. The daycare is care provided on a daily basis without the overnight or permanent living situation. The senior home more contemplates the more or less permanent stay of somebody in that setting.
So there are two different issues to vote on. But you're saying we approve number 1?
Well, I just wanted to point that out. You'd already approved the daycare. If you're thinking that
At a previous
adult
time, Rich.
daycare is not going to take place you've already made that decision. You've already made that decision that adult daycare can occur in residential zones.
So the first portion would be we're voting on the added of the home to
Of the senior
to the
homes,
senior home. The second
Which
vote
is
would be for their
that specific site.
specific site. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay,
Sometimes it gets confusing when applications are
okay.
jointly.
Well,
brought
that's,
in.
that's, through the chair, yeah, I have, that's my concern is kind of combined, because they're combined, is that, it says here that they'd be safe and, pardon me.
Number what?
It says number 4 and number 5 here, and actually, number 6, actually. There shall be adequate off-street parking to allow for 1 space for each staff person expected to be on premises, in addition for 2 spaces for visitors. This is not a situation where you can park, the way that the plan went up, it looks like one long driveway and then a kind of a U-shape in front. And that U-shape in front allows people to get out going forward instead of backing on Woodbury Road, which is a definite traffic hazard. And so this is like freight train parking, okay? So cars wouldn't be able to maneuver to get in and out of that without parking in that U-shape, and that's part of the site plan thing, would make it hard for those cars to go out forward, okay? And then, is that clear? Does anybody understand, everybody, what I'm trying, okay.
Yeah.
So, is that clear? Okay, and then, and it says without hazards to pedestrian and traffic. And I just feel like the way the site is right now, it is hazardous to traffic. If these cars can't all individually just go out forward without having adequate parking, that's not freight train back bumper to bumper backwards, okay? And then, and then go to number 6, parking has to be in harmony and conform with the character of the neighborhood. And I can see this, it's not within the character of the neighborhood the way it's set right now with this particular site plan. It's a beautiful home, but I have a problem with the parking and the traffic issue at this site. So just my opinion.
Right. So can we take a vote on item, there's the site plan?
You do them one at a time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
better do 2 first.
Vote on the
because
text amendment first, and then vote on the special permit second.
Okay,
Okay.
make a motion, please. Who wants to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the text amendment, actually.
To add the home? Add senior homes?
A senior home shall be eligible. Yes, I think so.
That means they could live there.
Pardon me?
That means they could live there overnight,
Can you
right?
take your mask down? I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
sir.
So just to clarify, that means if we approve the senior homes, that means they could have
Well,
8
that means
people, 6 people.
you're adding that, to kind of take it apart from the special permit. It means you're agreeing to the concept of in a residential district, allowing a certain amount of adult senior living on a
Living
permanent
in
basis.
a home there, okay.
Yes, on a congregate basis, I
Okay.
guess is the word.
Thank you.
In general.
All right,
In any neighborhood.
in any neighborhood, okay.
Which again, I think puts it on par with group daycare homes and similar types of situations.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, it's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I missed that. We have a motion for what, Chairman?
To allow senior homes, just like group daycare homes, as part of our zoning regulations, not as to the specific site, but just as a general regulation. Is that-
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to say, all right? So that's the motion.
Do I have a second?
I second motion, Lou Cavallo.
Lou Cavallo, second the motion. I will call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, we need to do a roll call if, we're split. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, do a roll call.
All right, so this is for the text amendment.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Antonetti?
No.
Antonacci?
Yes?
DeVito?
No.
Dave Pope?
Yes.
Cavallo?
Yes.
And Duva?
No.
Okay. So, what do we have, Mark? I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
Have-
Yeah, 3-3.
3-3? Okay, thank you.
What's the vote?
3-3.
Tied. Chair breaks the vote,
You or
No, you already
You already
voted.
voted.
You already voted.
so the tie is broken, then no.
No, you can't break a tie, you're in a tie.
No, you voted, you,
And Commissioner Demers is out of the room.
Yeah.
the motion failed.
The motion failed.
Fails.
The motion fails. Okay.
Motion on number 2.
Excuse me,
Makes no
so
sense.
are you taking another vote on the text amendment?
No, there's no point in voting.
You're just,
No point, no
motion
point.
failed.
It's just- we
Okay,
don't have-
just so I
we don't have the
understand.
zone. We haven't created the zone.
Okay.
It's kind of moot, but
Okay,
it's on the agenda.
motion failed. Okay.
Number 2. Site plan, special permit 2021-03, senior adult daycare center. Okay, at that specific address, 211 Woodbury Road, Watertown. Map number, I'm losing my voice, map number 98A, block 59, lot 8, in a R20 zone district. Make a motion, please. Danny?
I didn't think we had a vote on this because we turned down the,
Yeah, we turned on.
we turned down the text
That's a
amendment.
separate matter, though.
It is a separate matter.
Oh, okay. How do you make a motion to not approve?
No, you just make the motion.
Okay.
and vote.
I'll make a motion to vote.
Do I have a second vote on this matter?
Aye.
Joe Duva?
I'm sorry, everybody's tired. Who made the second?
Joe.
Joe Duva.
Juva, sorry, guys.
It's all right.
Everybody's tired.
Yes.
It's almost 11. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
No.
Nay. No. All those abstaining, hearing none, the vote fails. Okay, moving on. Bills here, table, I think a motion to table, please. Motion on communications and bills. Do I have a motion to table?
So moved. Dave Pope.
Second.
Ken Demers.
All those in favor to table 1?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Abstention. Motion is carried unanimously. Number 2, the table, letter, July 30th, 2021, Attorney Pilacy. Do I have a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Motion to.
Motion to table.
I second it, Luke Cavallo.
Motion has been tabled and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention. Motion is carried. Next one, I will need a motion to file the following material. Just a motion to file notices of the City of Watertown.
I make a motion to file.
Okay, a motion to file.
I'll second it. DeVito?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention, all carried unanimously. Informal discussion. I don't think we need any, except we're ready to say
Goodbye.
adjournment. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion is carried unanimously.
We didn't, there's dessert.
Gentlemen, it's been a long night. We've either done good things or bad things.
Recording
There are
stopped.
happies and they're sad. Life is not always easy.